That one over. Start the engine. It's copying my project, and I completely forgot to. I mean, I just finished copying it, so it's not really I forgot so much as I'm running way behind today. But you know how it is. Sometimes you have to work really late, and you get home really late, and you race home to stream, even though you stream like 12 hours earlier in the day, because you're an addict for streaming and game dev. The struggle is real. All you need to know. Super real. Tell everyone I'm streaming the stream. Probably gonna work on more of that. Trying to make a little AI that controls lots of people at the same time. Hey, another guy. How's it going? You're like paying attention, watching for you, waiting for me to stream. There it is. Watching internet from the shadows. Okay, I like when people watch from the shadows. Oh my. I like when they watch. Ooh. Tell the Discord so everyone else shows up. You know my every move? That's fair. It's like the whole FBI thing. When you realize how bored the FBI must be when they know your entire life, you're like going, wow. This must be like the worst show anybody's ever watched, where they just see everything I do in the day and they're just like, wow, man. This guy really doesn't go outside. It's true. Well, streaming, definitely. I guess I was testing on this level, though I don't know why I specifically was testing on this level, even though it takes longer. It's wild that people want to watch me build this. Like, the amount of time I spent doing game dev, just alone without anyone watching, I never really thought people would want to watch it. Never occurred to me. I didn't even know at the time Twitch even had this sort of thing. Until very recently. The back end up for that so I can watch it as I go. That going, and then I just gotta tell the Discord that actually you gotta get the Discord invite, and after that I'm golden to sit there and bash my head into the same problem that I was bashing my head into before I decided to go pass out. Yeah. I've been wanting to mess with it all day, but unfortunately it's I had to be all responsible. I still have a bunch of cards I need to grade too. Ugh. Not looking forward to that. I guess it's not that many cards. I mean, it's probably only like 50 or something, so not really a big number. I've definitely graded considerably more at a time. Okay. That should be everything. And some things I didn't care about as well. Alright, we need to open all the stuff from last time, which I guess I did not. So I'm gonna want Poppet probably for this. Actually, do I need Poppet? No, I really don't. I need the master thingy, or the puppet master. If it wasn't like, you know, or for optimization, I would give it like a little like Puppet Master type of, you know, look to it, but a little model for it. But since it is terrible for optimization, you know. I'm gonna do the most obvious choice here. Or I just redo it because potentially it got messed up along the way. Default is working, so clearly it's reaching this point. Gotta go to that. It has to run the graph. Which is not getting all the information it needs. So just kind of bumping around like idiots. It has the tag. How can you have a tag, but then not switch on the container? Like, this makes zero sense right here. I guess get another has tag node just in case it's somehow weirdly messed up. Could be. Unless this node doesn't do what I think it does. I guess this node doesn't do what I think it does at all. I foolishly believed it would switch on, you know, what's in there. But it doesn't. It does something very different. I was just handing it tags, it's so much easier, but I could also hand, you know, the name of the thing as well. Or its type without handing tags, because there's no real easy way to see which enemy tag it has. Tag is... I guess you could have multiple tags. But I just think that this node doesn't do what I think it does. Even though it does suggest options here where you can do these things. Unless it has to have every single tag. But if that's the case, why would it even have the option to do this for this particular tag if it needed all of them? I really think this does something that I don't think it's supposed to do. Is there just a switch on gameplay tag? Yeah, there is. This is a gameplay tag structure. Fuck, yeah, there's a new language here, but wait, what? So What is the difference between a tag structure and a tag container? Because the video I saw explaining how to do gameplay tags said it needed to be a gameplay tag container. And up until now, that has always worked. But this is not the case. Because it looks like I could just have anything I want here. Like, can I select multiples here? Sure. Oh. You could only have one here. It has no way to pick which one there, so... There has to be a way to get it. It would make no sense. Hashtag is a true or false, but I want to switch, and in order to switch I need to have it be this kind of thing where it's just a singular gameplay tag. That's true, I can break it. Right? Like I can break the gameplay tag container. Or split it, I should say. Just switch remote back on there so it doesn't beep at me. I don't want to give it those. So I have all the gameplay tags that I've yanked from here, right? The gameplay tags. And I can check to see if they have a particular tag. That's fine. And things are fine up to here, like that. But I want to switch on if they have a certain tag. This way I can identify which one they are. Now I can get around this by just having, like, you know, a name variable for each one that just says what it is, like a class view. But I was trying to do it with this so I didn't have to deal with additional things to work off of, but I mean, I'll probably be switching that soon if I don't have an easy solution. But I can't, you can only select one from these, and I don't have a way to convert the gameplay tags over into the selection thingy. That's my problem right here. Like, this doesn't go into this. So I want a way to break these open to find what they have. And there is a has tag. I can recombine this, which doesn't do a whole lot. And it has tag here, and I can see, okay, true false has tag. But having a true false for every one of these tags would be dumb and pointless. I want to be able to switch on what it has. Well, I mean, I could always like a 4 each, I guess, which is kind of bizarre. Like I could split this and be like 4 each loop. Take the array element and then look for this. No, I can't do that. What kind of structure is this considered? Well, this array element, gameplay tag container, right? It's considered a gameplay tag. How is this different than selection? Yeah, it's a struct. Yeah, well, the problem is here's the problem here. This, you can recombine this, right? Actually, no, Mike. No. I have a plan here. I was going to use the other node anyway, because this node does nothing. This is a functionalist node. It's complete trash. Like, you can ram this thing right into it, and it doesn't do this. It won't base it on what you find. It doesn't care. That was a problem I was having last night. And I was like, but I can run it to this, I'm pretty certain, yeah. So yeah, I just need to realize that Unreal, though, that Epic doesn't always get rid of nodes that do nothing. So, well, thanks for pointing that out, because I'd forgotten that this was the node I was going to get rid of because it's trash. Ain't nobody need that garbage. I don't need this anymore. I know it has the tag. It's been telling me it has the tag over and over for a while now. What I need is this. It seems inefficient to run a for each loop inside of a for each loop, but it be what it be. I gotta admit, they do seem to move very quickly. That might be efficient. I didn't even have all the other stuff closed and it's already at 30 plus FPS. Interesting. But here's the thing. They're never being set to is aggro. Which means it's not checking the total distance at any point, or returning the total distance, which means I probably forgot something. Get enemy target. That code should work because it's just getting all the actors to have that, so it is irrelevant who it's on. Oh, I don't want self. This is where we're failing here, because it never sets the distance to anything logical. Because it's never checking against that, so I need access to... Alright, Poppet. Do it. Like, I know I did this. Doesn't move forwards. There was a change in these two. They've all broken though. So the change was not ideal. Oh, that's not high enough to... Someone else's garbage up there. So, I need the biteys now. As my de facto test enemy. I could just do the reset action here the same way I would do once. I don't even know why I'm actually doing this hand act thingy necessarily. I guess it's an easy way to report back that they can act. Here I didn't bother to use this for anything other than like a really cheap here right here setup. But a do once would would probably be much stronger. I can still do this here and still do a do once, I guess. Just so it's easy to report back. Does it do once multi-input? Weird. And something's wrong with the move thingy. What's the commands it's issuing for this? And jump forwards looks pretty much like what I wrote on this, so... There seems to be. Nothing's there. Move to target. Move random. Definitely was working. They all look fine. Launch, attack, and attack. Everything looks like it's golden. And never mind, move forwards has nothing on it. That explains why it broke. It was probably working entirely before I was doing it without any extra effort. If that's the case, I could probably do that. So move forwards like this. Instead of doing that, we'll just break this here and not do a do once, because I don't think I need it. But I might. Whoa. What you launching at, buddy? Fascinating. I mean, they're still stupid, and this one's broken, clearly. It probably does need to do once in there. Yeah. It's definitely a great success moment. I think what's happening here is that it adds a tag and then removes a tag, but it does it in an order where it doesn't quite figure it out. Like, it does it just slightly somehow the wrong order, so that it ends up being where it doesn't have the tag anymore. So it can't act. So the other thing no longer issues commands to it. Maybe. Also, let's say they broke again. That one was just to get them to actually do anything. Okay, well, I can get rid of a lot of these extra things here because I'm pretty certain that that's not the problem anymore. I'm assuming the target actor is wrong. I think that might not be what the problem is. I think it's just losing access to them. But they're probably getting removed from this array, or they're getting locked on their own commands here. Once they're unable to bypass this, it'll never initiate again. It'll just sit there. So I'm thinking that's actually what's happening. It's just that I need to get the target to work. There's having a problem finding a target. And it shouldn't be. It should always get the target every single time around here, because that's right here. That's what all this is supposed to be. Hitting the enemy target. It's adding the player characters. That should always be a target available. So let's get a print string on this here. I want to see what the target's finding is, because they're clearly finding the wrong target. I delete the print strings. How unfortunate. In a lot of cases, if it's just the occasional error, then I go for like a validated get on something, because, you know, it just catches the thing like that. But if the enemies are just completely locking down and no longer moving again, and it's happening a huge amount of times, yeah, that'd be bad code on my part. Yeah, Poppet. I have to send this information back to him. Because, like, yeah, I moved this information over here and that's cool, except for that the enemy doesn't know that those are its targets. So I need to basically send this information back. That's why it's reading 0 on that things, or no information, not accessing none, I should say. It used to be everything was done on BPMPC, and they're all children of BPMPC, so that's why it worked fine, because, I mean, they have all those functions. But this is no longer the case here. Target info. And the things I'd like to send over are any target actor, target total target distance, and I guess gameplay tags I can send over as well. Sure. Okay. This is actually a lot of the problem I had with the behavior trees, right? Because you had to use all these interfaces to send everything everywhere. And it was just really tedious. You called it what here? Target distance, sure. I don't know if it needs the gameplay tags, but sure. It might. It's pretty cool to have all this on one thing there because I won't have to write the code on every single one of them like I was doing before. Like individual codes on every one of these things, having to do all this crap. It'll just be all on one. I won't have to run this crap on everything. I'll have to make, you know, an action tree on those things, but I already had an action tree in here, so. And obviously anything that's, you know, specialized code will still stay on them. But this could potentially be much easier, question mark? Alright, so we're sending over directly to them, which means that I'm gonna call function target info onto your message. And target actor. Distance. And send the target gameplay tags over. Once you've done that, you can clear the Poppet array. I go over to BPMPC for target info. All these are here. Target actor should already have a thing. Set it. And target distance. Set that too. Target gameplay tags. I like to use the same name across each one there so I can easily just kind of move them around without paying much attention about it. Same naming conventions. Do put this here. Because yeah, right here I have target actor being called, and this was just blank because I never set it there. And they're kind of jerking at me, that's true. But he ran right over and bit me. They're kind of attacking in different directions sometimes. That's weird. That time he left at me, so we're getting closer. Pretty much, yeah. That broke. Take a screenshot of that where it broke. One of the things this could do is this could actually sit there and tell them to arrange themselves into patterns or something too. because it has access to multiple enemies, so it can work off all the locations it has and figure something out. But yeah, they definitely seem like they are T-Rexes. They cannot find anything. Bro kind of moved forwards, and they're all saying that now too. So I don't know if that's a... Yeah, my sanity ran out. Yeah, you got it. You do you, boo. This head can't act as the thingy like that. Which I probably need to change anyway, but I simply had to do once at the start and then it ran all its checks. I'm assuming it's issuing command after command, but it's not actually letting the commands finish. The nature of this is just because they usually just run the function, but then continue on and run the rest of the stuff there and don't even worry about it. How many of these things open? These also have a reset action. It shouldn't be a problem. The fact that reset action was last is interesting. Because you would assume if this was last, it would say reset this and also reset this, so you could continue on. But to be fair, right here, it should actually be enough of a stop to make it not do something anyway. Clearly this is working because it has things like the launch attack and everything in here, as you saw them doing. Those seem fine. What I really need is just one enemy around here. Having multiple enemies, I know for purposes of this, that was kind of part of the test, but I want to see what breaks it. It does eventually break, so clearly. Clearly something's doing it. I'll probably put a bunch of print strings too. You'll notice it doesn't stop. Like with launch attack, it stopped. Then now it's just trying to leap on me and doing a good job of it. Then it stopped right there. Why? What was so special about that? That time was launch attack, and previous time was, you know, move forward, right? So it's not a particular action that's breaking it. Which is good to know. And also the fact that it was able to find me is very interesting. I wonder if this is just taking too long to resolve. And they just do an attack against the wrong thing. But I noticed on these like move forwards, it would do a whole bunch of them in like a brief period of time. I could just count it as like a reset and was able to continue. This probably shouldn't actually continue, right? Because if they're moving, I don't want them to continue anything like that. I want them to basically stop. I think this is part of the problem right here. It's just allowed to continue. And I don't want it to output then, because if it does that, then it'll go, okay, I'll try again. You see how many times? Look at how many times it's running move forwards. Isn't this like a timing setup, right? I just want to see if it reaches the end. Yeah, if you'll notice, it actually just bypasses all that. Like, it would have to be part of the end of that code. As move forwards, move direction 2 says that it's allowed to move, sure. Move forwards, move direction 2, it's still allowed to do it. But then it doesn't even care about the move end until like way up the end here. It runs it multiple times. Then they happen down here. So basically running a function like that causes it to not really finish yet. So what probably needs to happen is there needs to be an output here. I just want those there, right? We break that. I'm just gonna do on move finished, I guess. I might do something more with all of them, but I don't want it to just continue on. I don't know if this will work, but I'm really curious to see if it does. Should not the outputs have changed? Huh. Why are there no new outputs? I get the feeling there's a better way to do what I'm doing, and I just don't know it yet. Because I really do need it to actually finish these first, and not just continuously loop forever. But the thing is, I guess it's just looping around and then it calls itself finish and it resets it so that it can act again, and then it tries to do it so it jerks around like an idiot. The other system did not have this problem. At least I don't think it had this problem. It didn't seem like it did, but maybe it did. It just had the reset action right here. But I don't see how this would be any different, because again, I'm still running the function, there's still a reset action event afterwards. I check against is moving. So if I have like is moving in here, Since these outputs don't do anything. It's not actually like a function. It could be made a function with outputs if I wanted, but then I can't have delays or anything weird like that. Like a bind on event, I think, or something like that. I was pressure for moving, but it doesn't really prevent it from going onwards. This does nothing. A quiet stream night, huh? Seems like the first hour of streaming has always been pretty quiet. I mean, YouTube, it's completely quiet for the first like 3 hours, and then it just explodes. But interesting. More followers an itch. Slowly but surely, I will eat together followers, right? Up to, I feel like 26 or something. Yeah. And Poppet Quest has 12 views on there. Yeah. Oh, itch. You're not very good for providing traffic of any sort. What's up here? Unreal Engine. They almost need like a reset action check, right? Like no longer running reset action here, but it's starting a loop that is going, okay, well, I am busy right now, so I'll just keep looping and checking to see if I'm no longer busy and then send the all clear back. I think that's what has to happen. This method here doesn't work. It'll just start running this and go, yeah, whatever, and then run this. It doesn't do what you think it does, as evidenced by the print strings there, you know, and it firing completely out of order. So I think I'm going to try that. It makes the most sense. Honestly, this has kind of been a weird issue anyway. Is that waiting room? I need to unify all these things behind one variable. No longer like is moving. It would simply need to be is acting. Because everything else makes no sense. And that should have been the case in the first place. I should have unified everything in the first place so I could always just have one thing to lock them down. And it should have just been can act, right? Or in reality, any one of these should turn off the can act option at the very start. And I just don't do any more of this weird, you know, variables is moving things like that. This was the old way of doing things. Because, you know, that was how I was told to do it initially. It's like, you know, Boolean variable setup type of thing. And it's fine if you're going to do some really simple crap. And you don't have a bunch of chaining functions or anything. But over time, that method falls flat. Gameplay tags. You can just use your own gameplay tags. I don't need the other ones. Thank you. As tag. And act. I'm going to find every copy of his movie and just get rid of it right now. Just to make my life easier. Oh, okay, it's all over the place. If it doesn't even work. Like it was some sort of weird, like face the target trying to jump to the side thing. I mean, I might keep it, but if that's the case, what I'm gonna do is this here and can't act on everything. Because every other thing is stupid. And then like right after you just sit there and go, okay, well, this never even sets moving true anymore. Let's just remove tag. This should almost just be a function in its own right, because if I'm going to copy paste it everywhere, I don't really want to sit there and make 9 million copies of this thing and then have to change anything later. So it's just going to be like this, right? Well, you know, that's how AI works. You start the one thing and you go, oh, it's not very good. And then you just start changing things over and over. Eventually, just turns into a good time. Yes, a good time. I have a can act check anyway. Maybe I should be looking at that. Because I already have a thing here. And I just do this here. This was returned a bunch of nodes for whichever one it could do. But I think what the reality of the matter is that I don't necessarily want to return that. I guess I can just set a can act there on this thing here, and then export whatever. It is a lot easier if it's a Boolean, doesn't it? I'm also gonna add a question mark after this. I'm gonna ask the question if it can act or not. I may want to be careful about changing this one because I'll have to change a lot of things if that's the case, if it's being used by a bunch of stuff, which I think it is. I think they're all based on the can act here. What's the problem, buddy? Oh, I see, because I changed the name. That was stupid. Well, I'm gonna be doing a bunch of changing anyway, so whatever. It be what it be. I guess I just add the tag no matter which one it goes out. Because I really want this to be what it does for everything. And then just at the start of things, adjust can it act? If so, cool. If not, yeah, because that would make the most sense. Just can't act right out of here, and then I think what I'll do in order to save myself a lot of time is I'm going to go and I'm gonna go back through and I'll start by removing the gameplay tag. This way on every single one where it fails, I don't have to worry about removing it anymore. I can just do that. Well, here's the problem though. If it fails, how do I give it the tag back? Right? Like, when do I give this tag back? Here, this made sense just for this. It's just candidate active, sure, cool. But it's actually just checking to see if it has that status on it, and if not, it wouldn't even run this. But I get the feeling I'm making my life a lot harder than it needs to be. Crap, my mouse 1 second. I have piles of magic sleeves all over because I was putting together orders online and I didn't bother to clean my desk of all the crap. That's not what was on my mouse, obviously. A magic sleeve being on a mouse would do nothing, but when I was eating, the mouse suffered. It suffered greatly. So, I want to check this, and I could just literally do this as just a generic tag and not have anything that's extra. In which case, I probably just want to merge these together into a thing, and then just have it output like a macro, if you will. Maybe not a macro, probably just a function. That's probably fine. If I convert this to a function, is that fine? Or am I just making my life harder for no reason? Then it just automatically pops out there, so it really doesn't serve a lot of function to do it that way. I guess to be fair, I don't really have to do this every time. If the entire trick here is, does it have this? If so, remove the tag and then at the end add the tag, that's fine. Yeah, I guess I just do that, and then at the end I just add the tag. And this will just see, you know, if it has the thing or not. Let's see. Add tag. Interact. All right. So I had that here. Because collapsing into a function runs into the same problem. And you could do a macro, but then the problem with the macro... Is there a problem with the macro? Wait a second. I mean, is there really? Let me see this here. And perform action, I guess. It's be an exact match anyway. The way this is worded, it wouldn't work like that. It'd have to be like a knot here for the logic to make sense. So then the logic here would be that if it can't do it, or if it can perform action, it'll do this. If that's the case, I want this up here. And then if false here, and we just make this false. Guess I can make it lowercase because it capitalizes there either way. Wish there was a unified thing where it capitalized things all the time, or it didn't do it at all. Same thing with adding weird abbreviations. If it just always did it, or it didn't always do it, or it didn't ever do it, or the other. And then I could just take the same thing here and that there, and then we're gonna make this like reset action in case I need to do it later. I'd find that action. I guess I'll make it longer just so I have an idea what it's doing. Okay, so we do that. Then up here, I want like a waiting room, if you will, for this sort of thing here. So actually, technically I could just, well, reset action isn't directly on those. We'll set up now on this like this and work our way from there, right? Manage. We'll check every 0.5 there, and then reset waiting room. I do that there, and then we just run reset waiting room instead. But instead of running that at the end of every one of these, like some sort of a weird heathen, I don't have to do that anymore. I can just sequence it and save myself a bunch of extra crap. Probably. Obviously this all breaks, you know. And we're no longer removing this gameplay tag there, so let's just not do that. Because the actions will remove it, so if the actions remove it, then that's fine. Oh wait, it'd be like a sequence. Don't connect up to there, we don't want that. Sometimes UI can just change names, other times UI cannot change names. It seems very arbitrary sometimes on whether it can or can't. Whatever works for it. Why are you setting this to true here? What's the point of having a thing early on to decide if you want to or not, if you're just gonna set it to true there? That makes no sense. I don't know why it needs to output on this true. It doesn't make any sense. It'll continue on either way. Why are you running that there too? Why even have a strafe counter? You're not... Questions. I don't know what I was smoking when I made a lot of things. Actually, I guess I'd keep the strafe counter thingy, but it's not looping. I guess it does have an option. Let me go and add that back. There is some option there. But it was always facing the target. I don't understand why I needed that. I have a backup of the whole project, so I can break it all I want in the world. Why are you messaging me like 5 times? I need to put this at the very end here. This those 2 graphs. Wait, why does it output on that anyway? What's the point of the output on this being right there? That makes no sense. If it's gonna loop, shouldn't it output at the end of the loop? Okay, well you see, I was trying to connect it to this, not to that, but thank you. And most of it's just move directions and then their attacks, so... So... Oh, what? I thought you could actually pull these on here. And perform action. I thought you could reference them. Does not seem like it. Hmm. They're just like, well, let's use a function. You're right. You're right. I thought macros had value. I'm dumb. I know better now. I have been summarily educated. I could just do the other thing there at the end of this. The can't perform action. I could have the can't act thingy. I've only put this in 2 locations, so it's not like it's the end of the world if I do that. Only thing that sucks is you gotta have like a thing sticking out of it. Let's just grab that out of there and just make this the thing, and I just remove that from the very start like I had it. Well, I'll probably use a better way. Really arguing for myself on these things here. I should probably just make something here. Always stick with functions, never use macros. Macros never good. Actor tag can act? Sure. I think they're not on here. If you have the tag can act, sure, do this. Do this. And then I have to have a branch at the end of this, based like that. So it'll have to be a function that pops out a branch, because God forbid you have the ability to have 2 different, you know, executable lines from a function, right? I don't know about evil. I think they're just worthless. Basically completely garbage. Because I want my children to inherit the things on these stuff. And it just being on BP and PC doesn't really help. You know, like almost everything I do is basically inheritance to make it easier. And if I can't inherit a macro because that's just not something that's possible, what good are they? If I need time-based things, I just convert things into a graph and call upon the graph itself. But, you know, I keep wanting it to be more useful than they are. Okay, so we output here. And I'll just have to have it pop out as a branch. It's the end of the day, it's just how it is. But if functions could do this thing, they'd be perfect. I mean, they can't do time, I guess, but I don't need them for time. This is the only successful line. Every other line was always a fail, so this is the only one that has to remove it. What are you trying to figure out? What's not working? Two items bonk, they become friends. It's pretty much collision, right? Oh, there's a what you're looking for here. Let me bring up the thing for it. So I had to find this too. So what you're actually looking for is you want to put your camera on a spring arm, right? And then there's this check for do collision test. I use probe channel camera, but you can use other things if you want. Camera's usually pretty good, right? And then the spring arm will shorten itself so that the camera will stay, it won't hit walls and things. Also keep in mind that your stuff has to be set to collide with the camera. So if it doesn't collide with the camera, well, like if you're using the probe channel camera, it needs to collide with the camera. Right? Because in the collision things here, yeah, like you see where there's this camera thing here? If it doesn't block the camera, then it's not going to bounce off a collision channel where, you know, it's literally checking against the camera. So you have to make walls block the camera and stuff. On the same token, if you don't want your enemies to make the camera zoom in like an idiot like that over and over, you have to make it where they don't block the camera. And Poppet obviously doesn't block her own camera because that would be insane. She would have a lot of problems. But this collision here, I mean, showing the collisions here? Can you not see them in here? You guys default whatever that is, huh? I guess I could always set up a thing like this, like block all would then block the camera, as you can see. Well, that's fair. That's how I was kind of going over it. Basically, you can select any one of these things you want. And if you do, it'll default change things, and then you can always, you know, customize it. And all custom does from that point on is it takes what was previously there and lets you swap them. It's just a lot easier to not have to do all that, so I just go to what I want. But I mean, I don't even remember what custom one I currently had, but it doesn't matter because custom doesn't really change anything as far as these go. These are just temporary presets. And this one dictates whether or not things can do checks against it, or if it even has a real physical collision. It's good for like ragdolls and things like that. Most time you just leave it on this, but or disable it completely. Well, As you saw on the world map though, the wall here had default collision. And then you can change the collision to whatever you want, right? And if you do that, then you can make certain it has the things. And default is probably, it says specified by the native class or config value. It wouldn't surprise me if it's in project settings or something. But if you want, you can just, you know, pick like block all and that'll block the camera because it's set up to just default block everything. Yeah. Basically just make certain that the camera channel is blocked and that you have your thing set up as I had it set up on mine with it being on a spring arm. Put the camera on the spring arm. Make certain the probe channel is set to camera. Do a collision test. I have my probe size set for 12. You can adjust it to whatever makes you happy. Camera doesn't even have collision. Like I said, this doesn't have a true collision either. It just checks against things to see if the probe channel there. You could switch to like visibility, and then anything blocking visibility would then work. Not just things blocking the camera. I definitely played with the camera a fair amount to make it do what I want. I had to look up on a lot of things. Alright, and then I just have a thing at the end that just removes can act or says now we'll just do this and convert to function like this. And we will... just so I can be lazy. Sure. Fine. And then at the very start, I can just put can act, right? At the start of this thing here, I can have can act. I don't need to do one step point at all, do I? Or maybe I just put it in each of the actions. I could remove it entirely from these and then just put it at the start of their little tree thing, right? Have a can act here and then at the very end have a reset action type of thing. Would that work? Probably. Well, I mean, I just keep testing until I figure it out. But having to put this in every single thing is kind of awkward. But technically, I'd have to put at the end of every one of these anywhere. I could put it inside of these things here. I don't think these even do anything. Not specifically. That would require any kind of anything. It's just the attack thingies that require stuff. I wouldn't need to have it in that many, honestly. It would just be these handful here. Where I put can act in here. It has to have a branch afterwards, so I'm gonna do that in every one of these, or I just take these out entirely. But if I do that though, it won't run through the full action to do that. It'll stop. Like it'll do exactly the problem I'm having now, where it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna run this function, but I'm also gonna run this one at the same time. You don't mind, right? I'm like, but I don't want that. That's bad. And like, but if I do that, then they'll both get done faster. I'm like, well, yeah, but that's not what I need here. So yeah, for some reason I can't just have this little branch node in here. I just have to hate myself and put it on there manually. Basically for every one of the attacks. But to be fair, it'll just be the unique attacks that even have that sort of thing, so. I just remove those, and then I go to the other one here. Oh, that. Sorry, I'm looking for the movement graph. It definitely seems like they could sit there and they could remove a lot of extra things that make no sense and replace them with just a handful of things that are much better. You know? Actually, I was doing a waiting room thing, wasn't I? I think I got caught up in something else. One sec, where? Get fire break real fast. Okay. What I need to really do is stop having so many different things that I'm doing at the same time and focus on one thing that I'm doing, because I have all these ideas going, oh, maybe this, maybe this. Initially, I had a thing here which prevented them from being able to act. It was just an option, and the only real thing that was stopping was I could do once that would eventually get to the end of this, but I don't think this was truly working the way I wanted it to in the first place, if I want to be completely technical. It's probably why a lot of times the enemies did appear jerky and weird. So I think my original AI plan was never great. And I'm sure there's a better way to do things. And a lot of it here could just be this system here where it just prevents me from running the actions over and over, but I think I'd want to stop it sooner than that. But up here, this thing is supposed to only run the actions if it even doesn't have this tag anymore. So if can act is there, once it removes that tag, it should stop right here and then just keep going on to everything else. I think I'm on the right track for a better way to do things. But the question now becomes, am I going to put these things in every one of the like grids here, so this way it has to run through the grid, which is probably the most logical choice? Or do I try to put it just on the start of one of these things? And if I do that, then I guess I don't even need this waiting room thing I was doing on the other thing. Like, doesn't even make sense, right? What do I need this for? It would just simply run these, and then at the end it has the reset action thingy. And each of these things would break it and it would be irrelevant. It means I'd have to add it to each of the different actions, but once I add it to an action, I'd never have to add it again, whereas I'd have to add it to every single one of the things here. And that's considerably more work. Well, I'm so glad I say things out loud, because once you say it out loud, you start to realize how stupid something sounds. Once I just said I'd have to put on all of them, there's probably going to be like 70 plus enemies in the game, which means that I would have to do it like 70 times versus just putting it in the actions that are created. Sure, the attacks might be annoying, but these are crappy macros too. They didn't need to be, probably. So if I do that, I mean, otherwise I was going to have to put it at the end of every one of these anyway on the event graph, because that's how I was originally doing, is that after every single action, check it over here, I literally had to have the reset action, which went back to here and did this. And even that was not efficient or very good at what it was supposed to do. Now I only have to do it on these ones here, the unique ones, and otherwise the jump and move are about the only things that anyone ever does. You can strafe within either action anyway, so... What does his attacking even do? Nothing? Okay. So we're just gonna put that whole can act thingy. Well, this data I don't even need to do once, right? Because if it can act, then it shouldn't be a problem, I guess. Whatever. I guess for now I'll leave that there, even though it doesn't seem completely necessary. But I don't care about it attacking anymore because I'm no longer dealing with that, so it's irrelevant. No longer any reset action. And perform new action. I mean, I could have just made it reset action as a thing too, but that's already in so many places. It'd be kind of weird. Oh, what I was aiming for, but thank you. My hands are off the keys, can act. See how much better this would be if I could just have a branch node built right into it and just have these two piping out of it and I wouldn't have to worry at all beyond that? How much better would that be than the current setup? Right? And then that should make this one bitey able to do everything. I think that's every action it has. It only has like 3 possible actions, and actually 5 actions, but 3 of them are governed by 2 of the things that I already did. It's thought to move forwards, never was able to do it again. Sure. Well done. We're doing okay. Why did move forwards fail? Wait. Why am I doing false off of that? I don't know. I was just being weird, apparently. Doing dumb things. Hey, truck, those ones, that's good to me. It false on that one too. I think it's because originally it was false and it was like it was like can't act or something. I don't know. Make it a lot easier if I can just do that though and let them finish their thing. I did a reset action thingy. But you broke where? I don't know about you, but that looked way better and how clean it was doing its things. Until it broke, of course, but before that, it was looking real clean. And it seems to have foobarred on launch attack, but it says reset action, which you shouldn't need to reset action anyway. I think, let's see, let me restructure some things here a bit. I mean, reset action is currently how this is set up, and this is adding the tag back. No one else is at resetting the action anyway. It literally just does it at the end of these, so I shouldn't even need this whole setup here in my mind. Well, reset waiting room is what was doing it, allowing it to go again. I was running it right there. I don't think I need any of that crap. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think I need it. I think that the way the setup here is now, it's blocking the things anyway, and the other thing won't be able to initiate more calls to it anyway. So it seems like the do once is an unnecessary extra in a lot of cases, honestly. A lot of time to launch tech. Oh no, it did again. So its movement thingies aren't working at the moment, or it's like its AI is. It's not that it's frozen, I think. I think something's wrong with target distance too. Or something is a little weird because I'm not seeing it do a lot of the other actions. It does move initially, but once it gets close, it never stops doing the other thing. Makes you think I misset it on the other thing and not anywhere else. So I can remove the tag, the can't act tag, and then lock it up with how I have this set up here, which means I need to look at all the various places where it exports to see where it's breaking. Like if it's before where it removes it, that's fine, but after this, it cannot do that anymore, and false does not remove this, so... This is just a complete gate to stop it. But is there somewhere where it's able to be broken? Does not look like it. And then, actually I need to check against, this is jump. How about move direction? Again, it can break there intentionally. That's fine. That's what we want. There's no breaks on any of those, so it can't break on that. None of these have any kind of branching anything, so they can't break there. The validated get below gets go forward, so it doesn't matter. Quest failed, the request moves both work fine. This just literally adds that, and then just have an output. Or do I have to flick it to another output? I guess it doesn't really matter because on the actual grid it has an output and I'm not really adding anything to it, so. Oh, that matters. That's just a return node, it's not even an output node, but I guess I could do that. Alright, this is different than one of those. It's actually can act is the one I'm looking for. This just has a return node. I don't need to return anything, so it doesn't even matter. Well, let's say I broke on launch attack anyway, right? The ones that are not perfect here. Break there, that's fine. I don't think I need do onces anymore. I think I can remove those. And the reasoning for it's just that technically the system should already be a do once. And then just uninterrupted, it just does the same things. Like either way, it's like, okay. Does this on completed or uninterrupted? Do this and this. And output. Just ditch this weird crap. Like I say, there's already basically a built-in do once. And out of breaking things in order to fix them. Make a much smarter system. Which hopefully is very, very efficient. Move direction, bend, true, launch attack, sure, that's fine. Same result. Which is good, because everything I moved is not completely worthless if it gives the same result, right? Pretty much World Crusader. All my enemies are on those at the moment. I'm just breaking things in the hopes of making a better combat system in the future. Or at least one that's less resource intensive. Yeah, about that. False, true, false, 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 false. Oh, there. Yeah, so somewhere it's causing a problem here. Pretty much, yeah. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. So it attempts these, but only executes one command at a time. It's just that at some point it'll stop and never become true again. It seems like launch attack does it. Which makes me wonder if the actual graph is messed up for it versus anything else, right? Through 4 is correct. One thing I can do is I can set up the reset waiting room again, right? I do a sequence in here. And then I don't need all this extra reset action crap, do once. None of this is necessary. Reset action seems highly unnecessary now. We've evolved beyond it. A higher plane of nah, I'm good. Goodness. Already have this reset count, time till reset thingy. I'm gonna do this after the delay, just so we have a bit of time before it begins here. This is my ghetto fix to see if this makes the character start acting again correctly, in which case I can work from there. As long as I have a working mock-up, I can always improve the working mock-up, but the goal is just get it working first, and then from there you can do all kinds of things. Actually, I should probably use like a reset timer. That sounds more like a reset count might be something else, so you guys would give it like 5 or something. Oh, it's we should make it so that eventually it resets itself, so if it breaks each time I can just go, okay, cool. I used to have this on all things initially, but I got rid of it due to it being unnecessary at the time for the old version. But the old version, again, didn't work very well. This version restricts actions much better. So gameplay tags here, actually add tag. Add is can act. Oh yeah, I can do that too. The thing is you hold B and then click the graph, or left click here, does that, yeah. And I could do those things, but I often don't remember all of them because there's like 9 million shortcuts, so I'll probably never end up using it for that very reason. I remember some of the shortcuts and use them, but other ones I just forget. Like I know it, I've heard it like a million times, but it just doesn't stick for whatever reason. I think it's just because it's not a very logical way to do a shortcut. Like it seems really weird, you know? Like holding a key on the keyboard and then clicking a mouse thing just seems, I don't know, weird. Like multiple keyboard buttons to do it, I would probably easily remember that because I'm just used to it, I think, is what happens. That's my guess anyway, why I mean, it took me forever to use spacebar to switch between those two. I blocked the chat. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm already holding this. By the time I think about it, it's over. That's just a real problem I've been having. The system should fix it. Oh wait, I'm missing one piece to this too. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of shortcuts in this that I don't know. My brain doesn't like them for whatever reason. We're not even going to talk about the material graph and all the weird little shortcuts on that. Yeah, right. I ain't remembering half that crap. I think it's removing itself from the array because this should have reset it. I think the Puppet Master's getting rid of it from the array somehow. The only time we do is if the status is dead. What I need is a shortcut to bring up print string. The number of times I do this is crazy. Oh, that's fair. I wish I could remember all of them. There's too many shortcuts in this thing. The engine's so huge. I have my favorite ones. Let's see, whatever. Interesting shortcut.
Soul, you are the Lord, you are my God.
Ugh, I don't like that song. It's too quiet and weird, or I don't know, it sounds like a love song. Yeah? I mean, you can definitely ask. Whether or not I know, I don't know. My knowledge of them consists of how to use them, but not necessarily very well how to make them. If you're looking for someone who's got some sage knowledge on how to build those things, yeah, okay. I'm the wrong guy. I need to learn that at some point because particles would be kind of neat, but I think I need to learn materials first because I think that's probably more valuable, but I've definitely been relegated to, you know, if I just pay a few bucks and get this pack off the fab, I don't need particles or to make them myself. Yeah. It's one of those, there's so many systems that I just pick the most useful ones, and then the ones that are like fringe, I go, yeah, okay, I'll get to that, and then... I ain't got to it. Nah, man. No. I use them all the time. I like cascade particles better, though, because they usually grow and shrink, whereas the Niagara ones don't necessarily do that. Like, you can change some options to make that happen, but you gotta go do that. It's like, I don't want to do that. Try to do the least amount of work possible to accomplish the goal. As I do, like, 10-hour streams at night after night. Yeah, the whole least amount of work. That's so little work. Yeah, look. This just stops. It's no longer looping them. Why? It seems so arbitrary. It stops right around about the same time. But I can see this event itself is not executing. That's fair. Well, it's Epic's premier particle system. It's the one they're pushing, so hopefully pretty far. I've heard tell of like 3D particles too. Not that I truly understand how to do the 3D particles, but okay. I know that half my particles, Niagara particles now list is they have like depreciated things, and I'm like, they haven't even been changed. I didn't do anything to them. Why? I bought them that way. Terrible. Terrible. But there's only one way to really find out how far you can push the system. Just start pushing. When it breaks, you'll know you pushed it too far. Basically, once the magic smoke escapes, it's time to, you know, find some more magic smoke and blow it on in there, I guess. I don't know. You know you've broke it. I don't know. I'm wondering if my problem was this all along. Delete those ones, they sound terrible. They hurt my ears. Well, that's interesting. Control puppet reset happened each time, and then it just stopped. Why does it stop? What could cause it to stop? I mean, I don't see a break in the event. Oh. Oh, I was saying there's one way to, you know, see how far you can push the system. You just start pushing it until it breaks, right? You just keep pushing and pushing. And when it breaks, you'll know you pushed it too far. Right? Once the magic smoke escapes, you done goofed and you gotta fix it. Sadly, the magic smoke keeps escaping from this. I think there's a hole in the side of it or something. I'm just saying. That's weird. This loop should continue forever, and it does not. Nothing's ever getting status dead. That'd be weird. And this is a loop right here, so if it breaks right here, it'll just continue the loop as it's done over and over. There's a for each loop here, but again, this is still inside of a loop, so in theory, it should not be a problem. Yeah. How in the world does this break? It just seems like it's arbitrarily breaking about the same number of times. It only has one thing in the array, so... Huh. Okay, I guess we're gonna go down the rabbit hole on this one. See what could possibly make it break. Because in theory, I mean, it should, even if the puppet got deleted or whatever, it would just sit there and loop this part here over and over, and I'd see message after message, but it stopped. Even if it's removed, it would make no sense here for this to happen. But let's do this here. Okay. I don't know why I copy pasted that. I was just gonna do it too. Where does it end? Technically, this already should have been right there, but... Enemy target could have something weird about it, I suppose. It is a bunch of information right there, so if anywhere's going to break, that would make sense. Come on. Copy and pasta. I like having extra letters, and that's weird. I've been playing, I've been around the Magic world too much. Something's completed, it's like a Phyrexian thing. That should tell me a lot. I want a shortcut for print string really bad. It seems like the most useful shortcut. Puppet 3 can't act is where it failed. We're at a true failure, right? Okay, well then, what is Puppet 3 can't act? Right here, it fails there. Okay. So, who cares, right? Why would that make a difference if it fails there? Important questions this here. And it never figures itself out. The fact that it just doesn't keep looping is so weird. They all broke. When did they all break? See, now that's weird because if they all broke at exactly the same area, okay, fine, whatever. But that one did not break at the exact same area. It's like the loop stops just completely. Why? How? Let me check now. It's possible that the for loops don't work very well inside of each other. It's weird that the loop breaks. I've seen this before, like the whole thing here. As you can see, it run control puppets over and over and over. But it's clearly going back through it. Control puppets over there, over and over there, over like that. It's just going on and on and on. Maybe the Puppet Master is getting pulled out of the thing. Let me move it over to here. Let me grab it and just move it right to this location. So this way, it can no longer be outside the H-load or whatever, because maybe that's what's happening. It would have to be something weird. Because I don't see a flaw in this logic of my loop at all. I think that's it. Well, it didn't hit me, that was weird, but... Why can't you hit me? Well, that's another thing that's to worry about. I think that was it. But you'll notice they haven't broke at all, and all I did was move it closer. It's this. And to test that, let's go take the Puppet Master and move it back to the other location I had it at. Which is just a starting point in the game, just because it's somewhat centered. And I figured it'd be easier to remember where it was at. Hey boys, what you doing? Wandering around? I'm far away? Seems like it works. Let's add more units for funsies, right? Let the legions begin! They are coming for me! The whole point of this was to see if the resource draw was so much less. For at least the code. Of course, the print strings probably aren't helping. Also, the fact that all these are open on the side probably isn't helping either. It's actually doing pretty well given that I have so many windows open. Yeah, but just think about it. One event's controlling all of these instead of them all controlling themselves. That's actually pretty good. And it looks like it works. I mean, obviously I broke their attack somehow. And I think it's because they have a collision on their thing, like specifically for them, that what counterclick for that is attacking, and I was dumb and got rid of it. Yeah, is attacking. So I actually do need to say is attacking. That's about the only change that's wrong, but otherwise this seems like it works incredibly well. Far better than the previous system. I don't believe I need this. I guess before I do anything else, let's break that. Because the system should never need to be reset. And they never stopped acting at any point in there. I guess the other system was able to kind of chain attacks, and this one kind of can't so far. I'd have to tweak it to be able to do that. Oh. Hey, Coin Cash. Yeah, there's a lot of code going on here. I've been at it for a hot minute or 12. Well, welcome to the engine. Welcome to the addiction. More than happy to help with random things if I know what it is that you want to know the answer to. As long as it's not multiplayer, I might know the answer. Looks like you've hit exactly the right moment, though, for purposes of this new code working. I don't need that, I don't think, but I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all these here. Add all this testing things in here because I was setting up a brand new system that's going to be much smarter than the old one. Basically, what I've done is I've taken a, I've created a Puppet Master event, and the Puppet Master sits there and it takes all the different little minions that are on the thing and it controls them. The one event controls them all. Oh, well, initially I experimented with it, like, you know, back in 4.26, which was like some years ago. Then I took like 2.5 years off due to health problems. So I've probably invested about, I'll go ahead and say 2 years into the engine, with about 15 months of that being this game, which I conveniently broke everything, but I can show you more stuff in a second. As soon as I unbreak everything that I did in the process of doing these things. I'm removing all these print strings so it doesn't keep flashing all that information on there because I don't need it anymore. I've solved the mystery. Per the usual, it was a box I just hadn't checked. That was it. No, a box that was... Actually, a box that was already checked. I need to uncheck it. Then it's like, okay, I got you. And it worked. Now, one of the best strategies I found to fix things is to simply put print strings at every single, like, various points that are important, and just keep adding more until I figure out where it breaks, where it basically plays the game of telephone, but it doesn't hand the right information, and then I figure out why it didn't hand the right information at that point there. I mean, I know enough that I don't usually have to do that, but at some point I end up having to do that if it's like a problem. I already fixed this. I need to go through and fix this one thing. Wait, is it fixed on all of them already? Did you do it all for me? And then I will show you stuff. Only one enemy is currently in this thing. I need to go through and adjust them all. Blah, 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 blah. Perfect. They probably work. At least enough to show you things. I guess it adjusts all of them. Okay, fair enough. I don't need all this crap. Okay, well, we don't need these enemies anymore. The point is now proven. They all work. They work well. Any other guys yet? Nah. Figure out kinda. I didn't really just start the engine. Now it suddenly works. No, it's fine. Sometimes that is the fix. This is the first. I released a game on itch. It's still there. It was like the prototype for this game. This game was originally an RPG Maker game, and it's obviously hot garbage because, well, it was an RPG Maker game. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It was a bad game. It was just content light because I was building as I went and I never finished it. I moved to this one, so this will be the first real big cool game that I release. Unless I for some reason need a lot of money or something and release a tiny game before that, but I don't think I'm doing that because I have a job, so I probably don't need to. I should just do my job if I want money. This we do as a labor of love. Alright, so I will show you some stuff. Well, I guess I should unlock those doors so this way I don't have to get keys for them. I just want to show you things. Hopefully it doesn't crash the stream. The Puppet Master's still on the thing, right? Some of the enemies are, those new enemies are controlled by the Puppet Master, so sure. We'll open up a couple doors. So I don't have to go find keys necessarily. I guess I'll grab that key, it's fine. Okay. We'll give you the quick tour. The quickest tour. Also, we'll close all these extra windows in order to increase the speed by, you know, infinite amount. Oh. Why are we still print stringing? 1 second. I don't want all the print strings everywhere. Oh yeah, it's definitely got a lot of Little Nightmares inspiration, amongst other things. I have so many print strings on here that I need to remove like all of them. Well, I still remember that I have them, because once you forget where the print strings are, if you didn't label them in a way that's pretty easy to remember, you're going to have a bad time finding them again. Not saying it's impossible, just saying you're going to have a bad time. There's those two, and then on the Puppet Master, there's another one. Right down here, there's these two. Like this. And then this. Okay, that should get rid of all the print strings. Probably. I don't want to see that FPS right now. Alright. So, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's been killed and her soul's been put into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where all the toys come to life and are powered by this curse around the building. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which acts like mana for all intents and purposes. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. If you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you have to go in the dark in order to do things. Oh, thanks, Alex Miax Ocean. So yeah, this is the insanity effect, as you can see. As your insanity goes down, it's pretty bad news. They don't block you, but they're annoying. They will go away if your sanity comes back up. Yeah. So, uses tarot cards for weapons. I don't know why this enemy's not moving right now. Let me check the nav measure. Well, I'll figure it out in a second. Oh yeah. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. They have invincibility frames, so they're kind of annoying to deal with sometimes. They're moving. Why aren't you moving? I have questions. Anyway. I'm right in the middle of changing the AI thing for all this stuff there, and since they share a common AI, as you might imagine, there's going to be some problems. But the ones that are using the new AI work great. This is the Empress. Kind of plays out like Bomberman. Make these explosive mushrooms, they count to 10, and anyone nearby can trigger them and they blow them to bits. It also has a healing variant too. I'm gonna blow this one up first. And the blue ones do exactly the opposite. They heal enemies too, everyone gets healed by these things. This is Temperance, hits a bubble wand. Normally all these enemies would be fighting back, but since I screwed everything up, as I usually do. Currently I'm looking at October 2026, and the main reasoning for it is I also have a full-time job. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. There's only so many hours in the day. That's my problem. There's only so many hours. And I just stream like working out like basically 5 nights a week. I just don't have a life. That's my secret. I also don't sleep. Everything's not set to move at the moment, which is really unfortunate. But whatever. You'll just have to envision the movie or show it back in like half an hour or something when I get everything on that system. We'll figure out why I broke everything else. I think what happened is I haven't added the ability for them to regain the ability to do another action after the fact. That's what they've done. Probably. But I'll show you some traversal mechanics, and I'll fix the enemies in a bit, and you can see how those work. I mean, the ones that can just fire will work, but anything that's moving won't be able to. This is Wheel of Fortune. It throws dice. And the dice it throws, they roll around a number and do an amount of damage based on that to everything nearby. Oh, cool, yeah. I want to release it around Halloween. I was originally going to release it this year, but... well, you see I work. It turns out that I was delusional. Yeah, that's the term you're looking for. Delusional. Can I hit him? This thing is kind of... it's really powerful if it ever hits him. Normally all these enemies work. I literally just broke it for, and I could have just loaded up another version of the game that actually worked, and you'd be able to see everything, which I could do if you want to see it real play. This is the moon. What it does is one of its effects is it makes clones of you, and then you can detonate the clones in order to do damage to things. Of course, they keep shooting them because they do that. See, happy little Poppet clones just doing their thing. Doot, 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 doot. Show you some traversal mechanics. Because those still work. I have double jump enabled. The Magician lets you pick up small objects and you can throw them and things like that. Oop. Stay up there. Nah, I don't know. I mean, a couple years in, shouldn't be too hard. My biggest advice to everyone who wants to learn this engine is just pick a how to make a game tutorial. There's a whole bunch of them on there, like how to make a open world RPG or something like that, and then just follow it. And then find another tutorial with a feature you want to add to that, and then add to that. Just dump it in there and just keep adding them. And every time you do, because they all start at the beginning on these things, you'll have to try to figure out how to implement them on top of each other. And that'll teach you so much, because basically in all the time that you're breaking things, in order to fix it, you'll learn a lot. It's kind of the secret. Yeah, the Magician can also manipulate doors if you have the key. This is her dodge. Oh good, I jumped in the water. Normally the water kills her, but I have immunity to water because of the tarot card. Her dash is funny. I use it all the time just because it's not... it does things. Good. Ah. Okay, we'll go back to here. I was going to take the upper way, but then I didn't. That's my explanation for my bizarre things there. In the upper right corner, it tells you whether or not you're in the light, so you have an idea. That's okay. I can show you the Empress here. The other Empress ability. So it can grow and shrink plants. Useful for getting places. I pretty much built everything for the most part. The only thing that I did use the game animation sample for the lower movement like that, because, well, Epic already set it up, so I just blend my animation on top of it. So her lower leg is like, or actually her lower body is largely moved by that. The upper body is largely moved by animations that I've tossed in there, because you can mix animations together. Like, I'm terrible at my own game, by the way. Don't question why I'm terrible at my own game. Probably because I'm just dicking around. There's a steampunk world out there, as you can see. I've been building. The water doesn't quite make it to the edge. I recently changed the windows and things and haven't added that yet. It's fine. You live. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the game animation sample. Actually, I'll go to different inventory things. Yeah, I broke a bunch of things. Ignore all the stuff I broke. Let me find the game animation sample and I'll link it to you guys. Good starting point because you just get all the cool movement of it and you don't have to do a whole lot extra to have it. Game animation. It's free, so Epic made it. Yeah. So it's this right here. And for the Twitch people as well. Show off some other abilities. Then I'll unbreak a bunch of enemies. That's sad, I broke the boss too. Bosses, there's like 3 bosses. Actually, these enemies will still work because they just launch themselves and they never walk. So some of the enemies in this room will work correctly. Some of them anyway, just saying some of them. But mostly I'm here to show off the Hierophant. I don't know if this new system is going to be too heavy or not as far as the animation, so I'm trying to find that out too. Those possessed objects in the game, if you like hit them, they'll just kind of do dumb crap and they aren't going to let you use them. Ow. But the Hierophants actually they'll behave. Also, I blocked the chat. I'll block the chat real fast. You have a solution to the problem. What's the solution here? It's going to do the nice looking blueprint node. Just a plugin or something. It's called Crystal Nodes. I'll link that one too. It's a wonderful free thing. Oh yeah, I saw a thing how to do that, but see, I have to manually do it, and I just want them to have it built in. Because I mean, they have something almost worthless like for branch. The least they could do is have it for the thing that I use like more than anything, which is print string. To fix all the problems. But I looked it up and saw that there was a way to do it. There's the link to Crystal Nodes, by the way. I'll link it over in the YouTube one as well. It's free, it's great, it's wonderful. Everyone should use it because it looks awesome. Glorious thing here. Help me do it fast. Yeah, I'm not going to edit the INI files while streaming because then I got to close it and open it again. Takes forever. This project's huge. I don't have to, I don't usually do that. But it's, I'll probably, maybe I'll add it later. I don't know. I probably won't remember to use it anyway, unless it's just P, but then I'll hit P accidentally by itself, and then I'll put a print string place. It'd be weird. Sure thing, yeah. The other thing, like, you know, for everyone should remember to do is there's new limited free time stuff right now. So you should get it because it's free for the month, so why wouldn't you get it? Right? They just switched it today. That's true, I would. But again, I probably won't use it, and I don't know. I find customizing the engine to do the extra shortcuts is not usually worth the time, because I can never remember most of these things anyway. Well, then I would never remember to use it. Haven't we already established that in my mind that that's not a way a shortcut works, so I never use the one for branch for that, just because I don't remember it exists? Haven't we established that? Didn't we talk about this earlier? Like... Just because I can put something in my brain, I'll go, oh yeah, that's a good one. I won't remember. I'll have to fight to remember. It's just such an unnatural type of shortcut that my brain just doesn't want to use it. There'd have to be some combo click of things. Like some sort of like multiple keyboard thingies would probably be when I'd use it. And they all have to be like on the left-hand side too, because, well, I'm using the mouse with my right hand, and I don't want to make any awkward motions across the keyboard. Yeah, that's the Hierophant anyway, for the new people. Well, it's active. Good things happen. When it's not active, they just kind of float away. They're like la 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 la. Well, these ones aren't necessarily weapons, so I guess the hermit's a weapon. Forgot about that one. Hermit, hermit. Hermit leaves a little trail behind you, and then you can detonate them. Yay, hermit. Doo, 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 doo. These ones are new abilities, so I haven't really made them that great. How's it going? Doing your thing? Living it up? Ow. Get hit in the head by a cannonball again. Okay, everyone, I blocked it with my head. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Apparently I didn't jump very well there. Well, I'm bad at my own game. We already established that. Yeah, you kind of get an idea of what the game's got going for it. It'd be a lot cool if the enemies actually moved. Yep. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Oh, yeah. I remember Branch after I've done it, but it's too late then. That's how it always works. Remember first read a Michael Myers fan game for fun? I mean, horror games do well. Like it's feature, not a bug. Yeah, literally, like I made a an event to an actor whose sole purpose is to control all the enemies. But I was changing how the AI worked and everything, and I changed it only for the one enemy. And then, you know, people sort of wanted to see the game, so I was like, okay, well, we're just gonna play it as it is. Well, a little tiny slice of things. So a lot of stuff. The only enemies that actually can move right now are the ones that are currently roped into the new thing. Because in the process, I broke the other stuff. Now everything has to be fixed for the new system. But the new system's better because before it was, they were largely just relying on time, like delays and things, in order to kind of get things done. Whereas this locks them out from actually ever being able to do anything until then. Like I had to do onces and things like that, but when you have multiple functions in a row, it doesn't, it'll like execute a function, and while it's still doing that, it'll go, okay, I'm gonna do this one too. And that's when it just gets weird. They're much better now, but only one enemy can use it. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. But I had like 13 or 14 enemies using it, and it worked great. And to add to the system, I just have to create a little graph for them for whatever behaviors I want them to have. Name them all. And then on the actual thing, I just have to set up what each of these does, basically. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with the INI file right now. I'm not doing that with the engines going. Yeah, I already saw that. I looked at it, as I mentioned earlier, it was there. I'm not going to do it, so... like I said, it's a waste of time. Not doing it. Epic needs to have a built-in one so I can remember to use it. Otherwise, I will never do it. That's how it always works. Because those get deleted all the time anyway. Hardest thing making a game so far? The save system has caused me the most trouble. Yeah. Like I said, I already saw it, Crew Crusader. I mean, if I wanted to do it, I would have done it. But I was just... That's exactly that. You know, if I really wanted to do it, I'd have done it. But I'm not going to mess with the INF files. We'll get things running anyway, just because, well, usually errors happen. This engine has enough errors as is. And like I say, don't care that much. I just copy paste. I'll make one, then just copy paste it everywhere anyway. Which is probably better than the other one, because then the other one wouldn't have default 30 seconds. Now that would probably be the most useful. If I could default them to 30 seconds. Maybe I should edit the NFL for that. That's the thing that's the most obnoxious, because I don't want it for 2 seconds. There's never any world I want 2 seconds. Yeah, the save system was a problem child. Because nothing has, like, permanence, right? Everything resets to default when you go to a new level. And I do have a mechanic where you can travel through the paintings to get to, like, a painting world. And the thing is, in order to do that, I have it on a different level. I'll just go to when it's unlocked, use it, so I don't have to do all the extra things to unlock it because I don't feel like it. Just to have to relock it immediately. Alright, so start here. And you have to basically make it so that it keeps track of everything you want to keep. Thankfully, my game literally revolves around one character, so I don't have to worry about a lot of things, and the world doesn't have to be particularly permanent, only some things. Yeah, you can travel through the paintings of the world well. You're supposed to be able to anyway. I guess I defaulted it to not unlocked. Let me fix that. Not bad. That one should always be unlocked. Oh, that's not Poppet. This is Poppet right here. Alright, so painting. I have everything set up in these variables here to dictate what's this one should be unlocked always though. I set up a cheat thing to unlock everything or lock everything if I wanted, but most of the time I leave one of them unlocked because in the game you start with this unlocked because you can't unlock them without the magician. There you go. Silly me messing with things. Yep. But in order to go here, I have to save everything because it's a new level, and the only things that actually stay are like the game mode and the game instance. They tend to save information between the things, and your save files do. So I just do that. I just save everything as you go through. And you work on this level here. Oh no! But yeah. And then when I go back, I gotta save again. So it's like... And then everything needs to check against Poppet saving like that, so... The way I have it currently set up, it just random to a location. Is that everything checks against Poppet here, and she runs all the save stuff. Oh cool, thank you. I go over explaining how all the save stuff works, but chances are you probably don't want to do that right now. It's probably I would recommend building a level and then putting a character on it and running around. That's probably the most fun you can have in the engine right off the bat, and before you start getting into the weeds on the code and all the problems the code can cause and all the glory. And you can actually just take your whatever model you want and drop it in the game animation sample, and then you have parkour built in with like 500 movement animations. It's beautiful. I mean, I think everyone should just download it and mess with it, even if you're not going to use it, just because it's fun. So I need to fix the rest of these here. Guess I'll just go down the line and swap all the enemies to this strategy, I suppose. Ditch Voodoo would be the next one. That's because I redid what Can Act does. I could just change this up, right? Because it removes the Can Act tag, so I'd have to re-add Can Act to the bottom of every one of these. And then they shall technically work until I fix it. It's not a bad idea. And the system doesn't matter anymore now. Where would I add that in if I want to fix that? Let's see. I had this reset action thingy previously, and none of that even matters. Also, this is not even being used. Just like none of this is being used. None of this is being used. Yeah, I got rid of their jump attack things. Oh wait, I know why I kept all that. I made an assassin one. Does this one have everything set up for that? Oh good, I can delete that then. I have a bunch of enemies already created, i.e. all these ones here. This one too works as well, but she has her own little folder for some reason, and I don't know why she needs her own folder. She just can go over here. That's dumb. The concept ones can keep their own folder because they're not ready. But I mean, I have basically 15 enemies because one of them is a concept folder there, so. And I have 3 bosses at the moment that work. Hey, Lepus. I was rebuilding my AI system now, so it's able to handle a lot more enemies. Now showing new people the game, but there's a bunch of broken things, so it's obviously not great. But I mean, with the new version of the thing here, I can take a huge number of enemies and have them all be controlled by just this thing here. So let me dump a bunch of them out here. This is the only enemy that's currently on it, right? So I don't have to rewrite all of them, but I can just start making a bunch of them. I gotta fix their attack thing too, because I had changed some things on their attack, not realizing that I needed something. But yeah, none of them are controlled by themselves anymore. They're all controlled by one event. And the theory is that that one event would be significantly more efficient, but also it could keep track of all of them. They could actually be assembled in patterns too, for that matter. Like it's one super smart event. But I mean, imagine having this many looping events basically that are running everything instead of just having one that's running all of them. Surely this has to be more efficient. Like if it's one enemy on there, then it's not more efficient, but with this many, I mean, seriously, this has to be way more, but the lag is so much less. Actually, I know what the current thing is. It's probably not great, because I have a bunch of these open. That's actually still pretty good. Let me close the other ones out, and we can see how well it's running with all those, right? Every one of these open does reduce the FPS, so. Oh, obviously that's insane, but... Okay, so I mean, with this many enemies running around, we're sitting at almost, I think it's mid-40s sometimes and drops to like the upper 30s. That's not bad. I mean, that's a lot of enemies being manipulated. And you can see the FPS is doing great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still not perfect, but I am streaming and the game's not packaged. Also, running by here did something weird. That's probably just calling all those things to be closed. But still, that's pretty efficient. That's a lot of enemies. To have them all just, basically not even care much about the FPS. But let's test something, shall we? Yeah, I know you're gonna take forever for this one. This is me being a terrible person. Alright everyone, are we ready? We hired extras for this test. I don't know what this will do, I'm curious to see. I imagine the FPS is still gonna be a little worse because, I mean, just look at how many enemies are on here. But the old system could never have... I mean, look, we're still sometimes in the mid-30s with this many enemies? Holy crap. Also, they're much better at their attacks now. I made them cleaner about how they do things. They do get confused by each other because there's so many of them. They don't know how to get around each other in that kind of a ball, but... You can throw dice at them. Suck dice. Bonk, 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 bonk. Yeah, this AoE thing is actually pretty good, by the way, if they can't get away from it. And the FPS goes up to ridiculous. So I'm just saying, that seems like quite the improvement to me. Because that was 30 enemies. Eh? 30 enemies? Maybe your golf clap for that one? I guess. I thought it was cool. But yeah, I'm trying to get them all onto that system now, but I literally just got it working with minor problem of I need to fix those enemies a little bit because I broke their attack in the process and things. Mostly through my own stupidity. It had nothing to do with this system and so much with just me making their code more efficient along the way and then not realizing I actually needed certain things to stay where they were. Mostly it needs to have the pretty much Lepus, pretty much. Yeah, I needed the as attacking thing set up, and I just didn't. I removed it like an idiot. Because this damage collision only works if his attacking is on. I gotta go back into these here and just basically add it. Wherever I want the attacks to happen. I could open another copy of the game and just see where I had it originally too, which is probably what I'll do, because I always keep backup copies. Rather than try to retime everything. Which I'm okay with doing, but I mean, hi. And while that's reopening, I'm going to put more enemies on the Puppet Master. Also, I don't have to have all these duplicate code anywhere, it's just this one, and control puppet. I guess it decided not to highlight the commentary? Sure. Control puppets. Show when zoomed. Okay. Well, this might have delays in it, I guess, so I guess I want this to be after the fact, so this way there's not a problem there. The other one's still opening because it takes forever to open this game. I'm not surprised, really, it just is what it is. Did you finally open? Wasn't too bad. Alright, so this one here. That's fine. New one here. Where did I have this information? Always keep backups so you can just sit there and do this and cheat. Cheating is good when it comes to copying your own code. That's actually what I do a lot because I don't even remember half the code in this sometimes. I can go look it back up again or refigure it out, but half the time if I've already done it, I just go back to where in the project I already did it and just cheat off my own work, you know? Which I highly recommend everyone do. At all times. Not off other people's work, but at least off your own. Okay, so I went through and changed combat attack here. This one was really easy. So, combat attack needs to have this here, is attacking. And then all the way at the very end here, this one needs to change out at this. I timed it like that perfectly, and I just turn off this. And this is because the damage collision is tied to this is attacking variable. Honestly, I should probably tweak it so that's not the case and just make it where it's all gameplay tags. But I don't care right now. Like, it's not necessary to change the code like that. Unless I really, 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 really want to. And I don't. spoiler, I don't. I could, but listen, I don't. This used to have do onces and things like that. It's just a catastrophe. Actually, I probably want the perform new action thingy to happen in this order here. Either way, this does this, and then this does this. I believe in you and your ability to click that. All of them will go into this. It's just better that way. Actually, allow them to attack now. All I really cared about from the other. Alright, and now everyone's got the puppet mask thing going on here, so let's make a new gameplay tag here. These are like Stitch Voodoos. I have multiple voodoo thingies, so I'll just call it Stitch Voodoo. Sure. Starting with the new tag there. This here. I have another one here. Enemy type Stitch Voodoo, perfect. Open up the Stitch Voodoo. I'm just doing the enemies from the earliest portion of the game onward to make it easy on myself. None of this proved necessary, so I can get rid of it. None of this is necessary. And I can just get rid of that. Doesn't even use this either, perfect. I didn't want to use it anyway. I made this enemy intentionally way simpler because of the fact that it was unnecessary. For it to be ridiculous. When in reality, it's like the first enemy. It doesn't gotta be smart. Just be dumb. Fine. Be dumb. That's a lot less crap to look at, isn't it? And I select that. Just move the whole thing. Good. Here. Basically, I just have to do this, but I just need to change out this thing here with the name of what it does, and then on the voodoo itself, I get rid of all this crap and instead create a new thing for it. Which is basically just this. Just command puppet and then the name of what it does, and then just a bunch of events, and that's it. That's all I have to do. That's the whole plan. Doesn't need all this crap. Well, it doesn't need to do all this extra stuff anymore. Like it gets rid of all this looping garbage. The information gathering is all handled by it. It's very fire and forget. This is just move there. Don't need to jump. So I don't think it can technically do this anymore. So I'm probably just going to switch it up to move left, move right, and just all the things like that, make it simple. It's actually kind of a version of the previous thing I was doing instead of having the this chain setup that I went to all the trouble to do. It's now gone back to where I just originally had names for specific types of abilities. And a lot of them were very simple. Which... I'm sure there's a way to do this other one too. I'd have to think about how I do that if I was going to change it like that. But I mean, is moving left and moving to the target somehow all that great? I mean, it probably just keeps them from attacking most of the time. I'm assuming. Anyway, I already have moved to target, moved to random, but I can get the speed thingies there to get it correct here. There's move to target. Let's copy that one. And move random right here. Just get accurate speeds. Distances. It no longer jumps, so this one doesn't. What attacks do you even have? This has normal attack. Normal attack, or honestly just be attack is probably fine. I don't think I actually need to have anything special. I think it's acceptable to just have attack. It only has one. And then the other options it has on its four. Thanks for the follow, Trimk. How's it going? Just in time to see me break things. That's fair. Right now it's like a Codevania. The code boss has shown up. Has chosen to fight me to the death for supremacy of the game. Going well, starting the day with Twitch as a coworker? Hell yeah. Twitch is a great coworker. It's more than happy to sit there and, you know, waste as much time as humanly possible, like any good coworker should. Great. Now that I think about it, maybe that's not the best. Or maybe it is. Oh yeah. Yeah. So we're going to program behaviors this way. And then for this to work with the new system, and act. I'm making a central unit that basically runs everything, and now everyone's getting folded into it. And I just need to do that now. And actually can't put what was it called? I forgot what it was called. Look it up. One of you will say. Can't perform new action. There we go. I'll put this here. We intentionally break this other thing here. And then these are already all set up, so then I just have to go back to the Puppet Master itself. And I just need to name things. I'm going to change its attack patterns a little because, yeah. Well, this is borrowing its aggro system. Let me grab that too, for that matter, actually. Let's do move to target on this one. Move random. This is just sending the events over, and then the actual thing itself has code on it telling it how to move and everything based on what it's told. These have the is aggro system, which I kind of want to find a way to fold into all of them. So let's grab this tag here because I'm being lazy. Dump this over here. I actually didn't need the branch. I have a thing right there. Would make my life a lot easier. Being lazy. That gameplay tag. I can do it myself, but counterpoint, I don't want to. There you go. That's my explanation. Everything getting replaced. No more crappy booleans when you can have gameplay tags, which are wonderful. I think I'm just gonna random this out of 3 or something like that. Maybe I'll do like 3, and then I'll just pump it 2, and then I'll add move to target as 50% of the time it does that. And then it'll move left sometimes. I no longer need to reset actions, so I don't care. Move right. Leave all this crapola. Actually, I'll just fold this into that too to make it a little more organized. Just like this here can be more organized. It's just like it can be stuffed in this one a little easier. Here, it's good. And right here, it's still move to target. Kind of an aggressive enemy, just moves towards you a lot. Tries to attack you. It's the first enemy in the game, so it's supposed to be as dumb as it comes. Now let's do attack. Good spell. I swear. You know what? We'll leave it as point blank because it sounds cool. Everybody get in the box. Just to look nicer. Oh, we don't need this crap anymore. The no more do once stuff. Alright, so this should be how the grid needs to be, and then I need to make one more thing, and then these things should be available to be used on here as well. And the one more thing being I just need to, you know, connect a line over. It needs an output. Why is there only... Wait. Oh, yeah, it's a... If you want it to not say anything, the actual one you need to say is then. And then it won't actually have any words on it. It's just a normal thing. Just a weird extra dumb thing you can do. And then look. Whereas this one says then one, which is... No. Nah, fam. Nah. It's just one of those it bugs me things. It doesn't actually make a difference. You can do whatever you want it to be. Alright. Let's put a bunch of these over in one room. In my testing room. Gentlemen, it's time. We've waited long for this moment. For you to join the toy army. But there are not enough of you, so because I have this new setup here, I might as well use a lot of you. We are Legion. Oh no! I'll have to close out all the stuff to get the best idea of the FPS, but I guess I don't super care right now. Nobody's moving. That's a good sign. I'd hate to have anybody move, and there's a reason why, because I forgot to give them the Stitch Voodoo tag. So they don't know who they are. They're having an identity crisis. I might also mark them as an enemy too, just because it might make a difference. I usually count the NPCs as not enemies, but they might have both, who knows. Alright, gentlemen. Nobody is doing anything. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Well done, everyone. You stand at attention perfectly. Except you, you're slouching. What's up with that, soldier? You need to go on a diet. Look at that poor belly. Jesus. Wow. You, I just don't like you. This is worst drill sergeant ever. Some of us just don't get out much, okay? Normal attack has... can perform, sure. These already have them built in by nature, so there's nothing wrong with those, because they wouldn't work on the other if that was the case. Is Puppet Master messed up somewhere? I guess it didn't sequence an output. I mean, I forget that sometimes, you know, past me is much smarter than current me. Who's just like, but hey, what about Ditch? And I'm like, you know, you're right. Dash way smarter. Why am I so dumb? There we go. What are we doing, buddy? Well, they seem to attack just fine. This is with stuff open on the side. So if I just close all that crap out. That's a little better. Ah, get hammered. Yeah. Music goes all crazy. Yeah. I got him. It's very effective if everyone just piles next to each other. This guy's like, I'm running away, oh god. No escape. All brutality has succeeded. They work. Now you can just have like 1 billion enemies, right? Okay, well. No, it just randomly started playing during it. It was great. I have music in the game, but I have a background music that's playing. And I was like, yeah, it's like Poppet May Cry. It's the Devil May Cry version with dolls. Yes. Hell yeah, dolls. I was gonna test this here. I wanted to see. It's not a party unless we just start dragging 1 million enemies out here and let's just fight. I don't get me wrong. I mean, the FPS isn't gonna be great because there really is 1 million enemies here, but I'm just saying, you know. They are legion. Legions have come. You're playing Doll Dynasty Warriors now? I just thought I'd tell you that. In case you weren't certain. More of them, yes. I mean, I could put some, you know, music on here, right? Let's see. You want to change the music for this? Good. I don't even have music set up for this room. This room has is one of the few rooms I've done nothing with, so that's why it has is my current testing room. I mean, I also have a testing map I could use too, but for some reason I'm testing in this little room. I've relegated myself to a room instead of, you know, somewhere cool. Find a music track. Yeah, the background's where I test all the music that I got from Humble Bundle to see what I might want to use in the game. Wish I could sort by new, because there's some new ones I've added. That's terrible. Why is that even on there? Whoa. I should have put those ones. They're not going to be good. Nope. Oh. What? Let me say such a slow start. Sure, we'll just battle the new valley. This is just a testing thing anyway, so I don't super care if it's like, you know, appropriate for a bathroom. This originally was going to be where the bathroom was, making it the perfect place to fight dolls to the death. You probably thought there's better places. Clearly you were mistaken. Oh, but now, what's the problem? Failed to compile. Why this? Oh, we duped it, huh? We duping. Oshim already has a thingy, huh? Yeah. All right. No more duping. Can't switch on a string if you have multiple of the same. Okay, well, the FPS is obviously not amazing. This is definitely the battle of champions here, you know, like that, you know, it's... Closers! Got him! Got him! We can attack the clones now, so clones are no longer as good as they once were. I mean, they are still the first enemies in the game, so if you run away a lot, you're pretty much able to kick them, you know, in the ass any chance you want. It's just they get wrecked pretty easy. Ow. He did get bit in the face, though. No cost on that one yet. Just saying. This one. Wait, where is it? Oh, I'm still messing with this one. Oh, I didn't set the music to loop. Aww. That's lame. This one's too overpowered because you just run away. That's his whole strategy. You just run away. There's some dice. I'm not gonna lie, the other system could never have handled that many enemies. We settle this like men. Or, I guess, woman in whatever doll thing you are. Poppet is very much female. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It just handled a lot of enemies there. And yeah, there's a launch character, pending whatever, blah, blah, blah. Target actor didn't want to work because, you know, Taco or whatever reason it made up. Very valid, do this. Happy now? But I gotta admit, there's a lot of enemies. I mean, I handled 39 enemies. I shudder to think what the other ones would have been like, you know? Also, I should set that one music to loop. After all, if I'm gonna use it as my test music, the least I can do is loop like a champion. I didn't even bother to make it a sound cue. Anymore. Yeah, the new system is better. Pretending otherwise is just silly at this point. It will take probably half the stream in order to get all the enemies currently into this system, but that'll probably make the chapel actually run a lot better. You know, the problem child map that just is the slowest thing in the world. That map. Like I said, I basically just have to keep adding a graph for each one. That's all this cares about. And then the other one, I just need to basically change their graph to be all the actions they can perform. And that's it. That's the whole thing I have to do. I create a new tag for each one of these every time I want a new one because I have it set up where it's just tags because I'm too lazy to get tags otherwise. Manage gameplay tags. What is the next one? Who will join the legions? I believe the pipe contraption is the next one. Subtag. Pipe contraption. Open up the pipe contraption. Right here. Yeah, I want the other things, pipe contraption here, and I also want pipe enemy. As long as I'm doing this, I might as well add that too. But this enemy is just real stupid. It's mostly just do nothing or fire a projectile. Actually, no, it faces the target. It's like its whole plan. Eventually, this will be on a graph within a graph, 100%. Just imagine like 70 enemies here. It's totally going to go like that. Add pin, pipe contraption. Boop. I'm just going to do a bunch of copy paste because I'm lazy. Also, I have to remove a bunch of things anyway because I want to copy all the distance thingies so I know exactly where they're gonna need to be at. The output going. And more reset action here. We've evolved beyond that. Dire plane of nah, I'm good goodness. So I just need actions here, face the target, and that's it. It's cool to be able to put all the different everything on here. Like I won't have to do anything special at all. It'll just be like everything will be on here. Like, cool, man. Face the target. Just wait's fine. This does nothing. And let's do attack. That's what it does. Get the aggro information from here because I put that in there. I almost think this should be standardized. But the problem is the things are done off each one, so I don't even know if I can standardize it with how things are currently set. This doesn't seem like it would work. It's okay. Let's do this. Is aggro. Do that. I mean, I could call this there and then keep the code as it is, but that's just like an extra step to accomplish exactly the same thing, so I really don't know why I would do that. If I want to, I could, but what end? Does I feel like it? Maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Because none of them are built into the new system, right? Like, all the information is currently set up to just for them to operate themselves. So this doesn't have all their behavior trees at all. And this can't just command it to do things. I mean, it can if I want to do a bunch of interfaces, but that seems like a lot more effort than just having a string that does, goes from directly over. With just the name of whatever I need it to do. So, yeah. Glad I did this early, but it does suck. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely not my favorite thing ever. It's not. Sure. So, the way the new system works is when an enemy spawns, or actually pretty much enemy spawns. We'll go open the NPC thingy so you can see. Where are we at? Event begin thing is fine. Oh, show event begin place my warning. I added this thing at the end where it gets all actors with tag Puppet Master, and of course there's only one Puppet Master. It gets 0 because there's only one Puppet Master. Saves the Puppet Master for purposes later, just in case I need to call upon it. And then just sends its info to it, which is mostly just itself. It's just a reference to itself. The Puppet Master then goes, okay, It takes the reference itself and adds it to its puppet array. Right here with the event puppet info. And then when it starts, it runs control puppets, which sets there as a looping event that just goes through each of the puppet array, sets it as a current puppet, and then gets its gameplay tags, checks if it can do things like act. Gets the enemy target, which is this big, huge thing here that explains pretty much just dictating if you're on Team Poppet and where you're at and the distance to you, and a bunch of information about picking a target. Then it goes through all these gameplay tags and runs a loop. And if it finds any one of these enemy types, it runs its graph. And then it sends a command to the puppet itself. And the puppet goes, okay, so for the little bitey here, when it gets a command, it goes here and goes, okay, so what's the command name? Okay, well, which one of these? It's a string. Which string is it? Okay, then run this. And each of these things have a thing in them that's I made it that basically says, hey, can I act? If so, then remove the tag can act. This way it can't do any additional actions. And then at the end, it puts a thing where it basically says, here's the tag back. And then this thing goes, okay, you have the tag, I'll give you another command. And that's basically what it's doing. I've taken what was originally the old system of having it essentially check for its own target, then run a graph itself to try to figure out what to do, and then wait a bit and loop it again, and instead put it on this one controlling event that just sits ordering everyone around. With the theory being that one event just running a loop like that would be significantly more efficient than having every single enemy run that event, right? Because, you know, in this room I had 39 enemies. 39 enemies running a similar looping event versus one enemy or one thing running that event for all of them is basically what I'm doing. If that makes sense. Or like the short of it anyway. And along the way I made a lot of terrible decisions in building it because I had never made one before, and I started it like yesterday after like 10 hours of streaming. What's the good news, Mike? What you got? What you got for me? Tell me things. I don't even need this anymore. It's completely unnecessary. The reset waiting room. We've all beyond the necessity of that crap. RPG Maker MZ has been localized for Polish. I'm so happy for the people of Poland. They will use it for lots of stuff? Question mark? Sure? Yes? Maybe? I'm be lazy and I'm gonna do this. All this crap being replaced by that. I basically need this code real fast because this is the code it needs to execute. I'm just making it easy on myself. The Puppet Master called it what? Face the target, wait, and attack. Pretty simple. Face the... How do I spell this? I did capitalize everything. You have to have these exactly as they are. Face the target. Yeah. I noticed they extended their Humble Bundle. Just in case you really wanted to buy that Humble Bundle, you still can. Okay. And I just need attack. I need to remove these other ones. The enemy's brain dead simple because it can't move, so that kind of makes it easy. And I'm just gonna put can perform action here because face the target does not have that, so it does need to be added in. And then wait, we'll simply just delay a bit, like a second, and then just do the same. Because I don't have a dedicated wait either. Mostly because I don't need a dedicated wait. And then attack will be... I guess this lasts a little bit here. Not in this crap anymore, we've evolved beyond it. We'll look like this though. Man puppet. I'm pretty sure we don't need 39 of these guys anymore, but it was pretty cool to have that many. Not ruling it out, that's fair. It's funny, I've seen them do so much stuff, except for the one thing they need to do with their stupid software. Add things to it. They're like the laziest coders I've ever seen. All they have to do is start updating their crap so it's easier for the new people to use, and but their whole team of people couldn't make, you know, their RPG Maker Unite work with a damn, or like one guy could have made the same thing and has already made like various things like that. There's plenty of game in a box things for like Unity they could have made. So they botched that. Did they improve it? I mean, it doesn't seem like they've made any improvements that I could ever notice or count as much of an improvement. Oh, well, you're right. They did have support for the Polish language. You are correct. I guess they did do that. You're not wrong. Adorable as that is the improvement they made. That engine is adorable. Super easy to add these to there. I have a bunch of other windows open, so the FPS is going to be a bit terrible, of course, but this doesn't really do anything other than just be a little pop gun, but that's okay. Eventually I gotta figure out what to do with it, but that's okay. There's not a lot of, actually this is probably the best attack against him. That's true. Ow. That one works. Well, that's 3 out of like, 15 enemies. We doing good, right? I knew this would be a real pain. I knew that was going to happen. But I mean, what can you do, There's just a lot of enemies in the game. Already. I would say about, well, there's going to be at least 60 different regular enemies in the game, so at least 25% of enemies are in here. There might be 70, but we'll see. At some point, depends on how big the game is. And if I introduce a new thing in every single room, it would be kind of weird. Like, it's okay to use an enemy in more than one room, right? I can use it in like 2 or something, and it's not weird. It'd be weird. I guess I could do all the bigger biteys too. Some would be kind of hard to set up. The bosses I might not do in there, or I'll have to figure out how to do them. I guess the cleaner's the next one. The cleaner. Oh, just alphabetizes them anyway? Fair enough. Something in UE that actually automatically alphabetizes itself? Perish the thought. This doesn't. I mean, technically I could move them around, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'm going to add a bunch more, so there's not a lot of point. Unless I really am OCD about it, but I'm really not OCD about much. Open the pipe cleaner? All I really care about is... Oh wait, this thing is stupidly simple. Yeah, it's like the dumbest thing in the world. It doesn't need anything. It's just stupid. It just moves towards the target. And it automatically looks at the target, so I don't have to do anything special. That's it. That's its whole shtick. Huh. Well, I'm gonna add a Niz aggro to it and everything. I'm gonna doctor it up a bit, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, the pipe cleaner doesn't... Yeah, I guess I want to get distance and things like that. Like, I guess I want that in here. Like, it should have an Niz aggro and set up like that. That's true. I'm just going to collapse the nodes. It'd be so cool just having all the AI thingies right here on one thing. Except for the bosses, who we'll have to see on how they're set up. But I have to redo some things anyway so the bosses will work, because they also have problems now with how things have been changed, so that'll change how Vu works a bit too. I'll have to look into that when we get to her. Just when I thought I had her perfect. It just means she won't be able to chain actions, I guess. But to be fair, the chain action thingy only sort of works anyway. It so far doesn't work very well either. Would be my explanation of it. Like, I had just started to make the other system that I thought was so advanced and cool. Replace the other system that was trash garbage, and now we're at a whole new world of why do this? Just execute. I guess I want to then. Here, I guess. I don't know why I did that. I could have done it the other way, whatever. Honestly, I think I'm just going to duplicate this way. Get a bunch of things to make my life easy. I think this is probably better anyway. This will stop it from traveling like a million miles in order to attack me like it likes to do. Honestly, you could probably just have it move random. But a lot of times the contraptions just kind of wait. But maybe moving random would be fine. I don't see why not. And then I can actually make a better version of these seasons have like such a terrible attack pattern setup. Move your target, I guess, is its main thing it does after it's done. Otherwise, it just moves randomly. All it needs to have. The new upgraded, better version. Connect this up here. Any messages? I was kind of not paying attention to chat. And YouTube just popping off lately. Weird. Awesome. Still gotta get more subs on it. I have like almost the watch hours necessary to get monetized, but I need like another like 682 subs. About that. I thought the subs would be easier to get than the watch time. If I get the subs in, I can maybe help finance the game that way. Who needs to get a Kickstarter or, you know, a publisher if you just get money from making it in the first place? Won't be a lot, but the game will get better. Because I'll have more to spend on it. More custom stuff. So pipe cleaner, and now the pipe cleaner has move at random and move to target. Wow, so complicated. What in the world? Oh, it's its own weird spinning leg thing. That's right. It didn't even work right. It does spin things, but not the way I intended. It'll have a different speed potentially. Not that fast, but to be fair, I don't think it's gonna be too quick because Poppet's so grossly outnumbered that just to make it a little fairer, you know? I forgot I set this up to be super easy like that. I'm just deleting this to keep it cleaner, that's all. But easy to add new things too. I mean, it was obviously easier to add it the other way, but this is very similar to the other system I originally had before I changed to this one. Oh, I need to get rid of character behaviors. These things are fine though, these can all stay. Reminds me, I get rid of the pipe contraptions. I hope I did. Otherwise, my test is pretty null and void. You double check the test worked on them. Because I had this enabled. Most certainly works. Actually, it got tougher because they were firing faster because I don't have as much of a delay on them, I think. I could increase the delay on them, I suppose. But I can just base it on like the individual attack too. Which I might want to do. But I did actually copy their thing. The only difference is this number here. They no longer keep their like, choking on this other. Had the wrong pipe something. They no longer keep the delay they had. I had originally slowed them down intentionally based on that, and now everyone works off of the Puppet Master's delay, which is not very long. It's 0.2 seconds basically. I could slow it down, but the fact that everyone's acting faster and it's still better FPS says a lot too. With considerably more enemies. But eventually I'm going to keep making the Puppet Master smarter and smarter, not having to redo the code on every one of the enemies. Like, the only code enemies will have to have is what each of their actions is. But I'll never have to change the AI on them, and all the stuff that works around what their actions are, I'll never have to change either. Well, I mean, I'll only have to change it once, I should say. Instead of 15 times or however many it is as I make the same garbage thing over and over, the same looping crap that you see over and over, the character behavior setup. Originally I had this information here, but I moved that over to the NPC as well. I don't need this on the NPC either, and it'll all be on the same thing, so all the AI for the game is going to be dictated by one blueprint. Pretty much, yeah. One blueprint that never directly references anything in the game. That's kind of cool, right? I'm not too worried about balancing right now anyway. No one playing the game right now is me anyway. And I don't care if I make it hard on myself, because it's just more fun that way. With how many tests I've done, it's more fun that way. You guys aren't moving. Why? Oh, except guys giving me a gameplay tag. The game doesn't view them as being what they are because I haven't added their enemy tag yet. Or the fact that they have a generic everything enemy tag, because I'm just adding all that to all of them right now. Gotta do it anyway, I might as well do it now. I mean, I'm sure the Hermit would wreck these things. I'm so happy I had the main and Remember Tomorrow mechanic in the game now, too. It's just that, here I thought I wouldn't get to use it. course, it was more complicated in the other game for what you could do with it, but that's okay. In this game, it doesn't got to be complicated at all. No need. I don't care. Okay, this is going to take a bit to refactor everything, but I mean, that's just how it is with optimization, right? Yesterday was all optimization too, but no, it wasn't all. There's a lot of it. That reminds me. I was thinking about this room info problem the last time. And I just need a third one, right? And the third one just has to be for that one NPC that has to that has to spawn right there. That's all I have to do. This one's sole purpose will be just for that one character. Possibly the interactable stuff should have their own one too. Just things to make it easier on the engine. For spawning in crap. Take a bag break real fast. Something to drink. Alright, did I miss anything? Hi, Rasa. I'm right in the middle of getting myself a drink. Yeah, about that. Yep, I'm back. I'm refactoring. Obviously, I made myself a puppet master, an event that controls all of the enemies, so that I could have even more enemies. And sure, the FPS is still, it's better than it was for the amount, for the same amount of enemies, but I can have a lot of enemies. So, kind of exciting. I guess I can dump a bunch of them out there. We've been refactoring all of them, so we'll put everything that currently does something. Get the legions out. The battle can begin. Party, party, party. Oops. Come on, make more. Legions of them. Legions. Untold legions. Man, that's so great. That seems like lots of enemies, but wouldn't it be great if it was like way more? Apparently I can't just, the Puppet Master's right in the center of all these. Wow. I was just going to select them all and dupe it easy, but... Duplicate. More. Forward, legions! Alright. Let's see what happens with this party as I close out all the other crap so we can get a real fight going. 40 of them. Strong. Yeah. There's an ad break going. What? Oh, we're going for the ad break to end. That's no fun. I don't want like 15 people to miss out on that. Even though that's still not going to be amazing, but we're getting there. It's so sad. Get all excited. It's like mad break. There's no ads on YouTube. Well, actually, that's incorrect. There could, who knows how many ads are on YouTube? I don't actually know on that one, but probably a number that's not zero. YouTube does like its ads. I mean, I don't get paid for those ads. Those ads suck. Just saying. 8, 5. It says all the people are back. So let's test this out with like 40 enemies with all kinds of types like that. I am streaming and it's not obviously, you know, in great shape as far as, you know, it not being packaged, but it was getting this FPS with like a third this many enemies. Yeah, we're gonna need some serious weaponry for this. The dice actually does a huge amount of damage. It's really, really good against these kinds of enemies. This one's less good because they can kill the clones now. So good, but not so great when you get bombarded by all that. Honestly, the dice might be also strongest too. I change the color of those dice for the healing ones. I get 6s all the time. Getting him to land by the thing you want is kind of hard. You have to bounce him off everything. They have a pretty big range, so. I kind of want more ranged weapons in this game now. Well, this enemy doesn't work right with it against this because it'll float up and then you can't keep hitting it. Like, it keeps going up. Emerald's just so little damage, but it basically is a 100% chance to just bubble something, so. Obviously does literally nothing against these things, but yeah, you know, what do you want? But they don't come back down, so. That was exciting. I mean, I was never able to dream of that many enemies before. But 40 of them. I mean, it's kind of cool. At least I thought it was kind of cool. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that, but I'm just saying. It seemed kind of cool to me. But I don't need them out here because I'm adding more enemies. So we can get a real party going. In the toy brawl. Of course I closed everything for that test, but you know, whatever. It didn't take that long to open it again. Saying I could do it. It won't take that long at all. What is the next one? I need the, so I have the Puppet Master, and I need. I'll probably want to copy paste off of any one of the other enemies. I'll just keep copy pasting off the Bitey, I guess. Just so I don't have to do this part again. I'm kind of lazy. Actually, not all of these enemies actually are even doing anything yet. Like, this doesn't do anything yet. I just was going to do something cool with it because it was creepy and weird. The spawners don't even move. They're just a spawning device thingy. The Anibills have their own little thing, but that shouldn't be too hard. The mortars don't even work yet because I haven't figured out the math for them yet. The contraptions work. I guess I did a contraption next. This is the void contraption thingy. And regular voodoo dolls and those things. So there's a handful that do a bunch of things, but these boss-like ones, I'm not even sure how they're going to work on this. It'll be really interesting to see. But anyway, I guess we do a void contraption. They're pretty easy. They just fire and do that. Those are their big things. They have like 2 things they do. Honestly, I actually should just duplicate the regular pipe contraption for this one because it does essentially the same thing? Question mark? As far as these go, Command Puppet. Not entirely the same, but close. Pretty close to the same. The fact that the enemies are all acting faster and it tends to get better frame rate says a lot to me right there. Realistically, this is almost identical. In fact, I think I am just going to straight copy it and then change a couple things. Honestly, I think I just put this whole thing on here. And it'll just call upon, is it reloading or not? And this will just call it with attack. Like, not doing anything special, just attack. I just delete this crap. Otherwise, it has a weight. Same look at target garbage like that. It's literally an identical thing. And I think the distances are like, I guess it goes active at 3,000. Does this go active at 3,000 too? Are we just an identical graph? Kinda, yeah. Yeah. It's just an identical everything. I just need to add that void contraption onto this, is what I was thinking. Come on. Make more. Make more. gotcha. Let the party begin. These are so random if they hit you or not. I mean, they hit you, but... These do like way too much damage for what they do. Message. Yep, 2F inactive. Ah. I will shorten the name to avoid being too crass, but yes, I'm slowly making my own American McGee's Alice style weird game. Brutal fighting. It's a Metroidvania, but many of the enemies currently do not work. Yes. Yes, influence. Not every enemy is set up for the new AI system that I have, so not all of them can move anymore, but I can show you around a little bit. In the favorite area to show people around. Because you can just show all the mechanics really fast, or a lot of them. Yeah, I'm making a system that, a puppet master that controls all of the enemies in their room. Instead of having the enemies individually control themselves, so it's just way more efficient. Not everything's in there yet. 5 enemies out of, I think there's probably like 13 working enemies that, yeah. And none of the bosses are in there. The bosses might control themselves, I don't know. We close out crap, so it's a little better FPS at the moment. Well, it's still not good at the moment. That's interesting. I wonder why it's so questionable. Huh. Just takes a second to load everything in. Yeah. The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul's put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where a curse brings all the toys to life at night. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the dark, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like her mana to do everything. If your sanity ever at 0, you die. This is the insanity effect. And if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you can't really use any of your abilities. Chooses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Apparently it doesn't want to hit things very much, but breaks things. Good times. I missed it. Whatever. The magician manipulates small objects in the environment, such as picking up objects, throwing them. What? You can pick up friendly toys too. You can hurt things with it too. It doesn't do the most damage. It also manipulates drawers, cupboards. Also, I should turn off this music too. One set of music is fine. Ow. I'm shot in the face. I think they're bashing me through the door, but... yeah, I keep getting shot enough that I can't get up there. Let me kill a couple of these idiots first. Here's the Empress. It plays out like Bomberman. The mushrooms count to 10 and they can be destroyed by anyone nearby, causing a big explosion. There's healing ones as well. As you can see, those cost curse to use. It's not free, but you know. I can go up. So many cannons in here. Like, there's way too many enemies in this room for being so early in the game, but it's okay. Jesus, look at them go. I increased their damage, actually their attack rate, by virtue of having it, the Puppet Master being faster than it was. So now they're just like machine guns. Terrifying. You can also manipulate lights with the Magician. A duck behind here. We're taking heavy fire. All the reinforcements. Oh my god. Jesus. They are so much tougher than they were. Wait, I didn't turn this on, did I? Oh, I guess I didn't turn it on. I was supposed to turn that on, but I didn't. Anyway, I'll show off some of their abilities. There's an ad break running? Really? I was showing off things and there's an ad break running? Anyway, whatever. So this is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Pretty much easy Giza. You know, it's fine. If you have epilepsy, you'll die playing this game. Perfect. There you go. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it's a game played in the dark where every time people use any kind of powers, it tends to make lights. So it's probably not for you if you have epilepsy. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'll be that guy. I mean, maybe it is for you. Probably not. Into the water, baby turtle. Hey. See the steampunky world outside? Alright. Never grows and shrinks plants in Southern Ability. Ark Survival Evolved? I've never actually played Ark Survival Evolved, but I think I heard the name Ark before. That helps. I don't really like survival games, to be 100% honest. I probably saw it and I was like, you have to do what? Nah. I'm good. Water's lethal to Poppet, except for I do have the Terra that protects against it. Now I kind of look and see what its interface is. Obviously my FPS while streaming and the game not being packaged is not the best, but that's okay. Outside world, yay! I recently had to install glass walls here, and I need to tweak them so they look a little better because they're kind of not close, but whatever. I'm getting there. Oh yeah, I have double jump enabled. I have all the tarot cards currently enabled. Everything with every purple orb below it represents an ability that they've already got. With the exception of Death and the Devil Runes, I just gave them like some, you know, equipment for them, and they don't currently do anything. Like Death has some neat looking equipment, but not a version UA3, point something, but the interface looks very similar to UA5. Yeah, I'm using UE5. Gotta use UE5 if you're streaming because, you know, everybody wants to look at UE5. Right? Isn't that how it works? And you don't think UE4 is cool anymore? Double jump is kind of cheating. I'm not used to being that fast. Yeah, interesting. Oh. This thing is really hard to jump on. Not supposed to have double jump here? I don't care. Not supposed to have this thing here either. The Wheel of Fortune, the overpowered dice thing. But here we are with overpowered dice thingy. Just for funsies. There's a whole pipe maze that there you can wander through too, but that's okay. I have a destination in mind right now. I'm gonna throw dice at them now. Wheel of Fortune throws dice that count to whatever they roll, they do damage based on that. Anything nearby. It also has a healing option too. The healing ones you don't have to be close by them; they just heal you. I might change that later. Some of the abilities are kind of early on. I wanted something from the destruction, but I gotta go this way real fast to get to it. Actually, you know what I should be using? The moon, because I don't have a cost on it yet, and it also shoots you forward. It needs a cost. Well, wait, I made a temperance altar yesterday, and I wish to get to it. Used to have a boring upgrade up here, but not anymore. Where the Temperance Tarot would normally be. I already have it, so it's not really going to be here, but... it's just so cool, I was like, yep. And it would be sitting right here, Temperance Tarot. Okay, so the all-wise octopus plushie. Yep, I figured out how to make this yesterday because I was experimenting with water. And sometimes water leads to weird things. Not a question. It is exciting. Also, it doesn't like... oh yeah, because those haven't been added to the new AI thingy yet. So of course they're going to cause errors because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm adding every single one of the enemies to that. Yes, shiny. 10 out of 10 is shiny. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. I'd show off a lot of other things, but I just took it. I'd have to load up a previous version of the game to have all the enemies working as they're intended. Right now, I think 4 enemies work as they're intended. Oh yeah. See, the beautiful thing about this is I live stream making it, right? So you can go and look at I have a playlist of them. Every single stream involved with it. And there are currently 145 videos in it. From the very beginning. Just in case anyone is bored. And I mean like, real bored. Here's the link to it. For either people who want to watch it. And, you know, there's a lot of hours involved. Some of these are like, you know, 10 hours long, other things. 11 hours, I mean, you can see a lot of them. Including this one, which will be on afterwards, where I am 4 hours and 46 minutes into the stream. Right now I'm in a quest to farm YouTube subs because I want to get monetized on there. So it can help fund the game. I just need like 600 plus subs to go. On YouTube. I mean, if I had 600 subs on Twitch, I would be jumping for joy, obviously, because it's a very different thing than a sub on YouTube. Yeah, it is. That would be glorious. Nah, if I can get old Big Daddy YouTube to fork over some cash towards this, that wouldn't bother me one bit. I mean, Twitch is already forking over a little bit. Oh wait, I just want to change him. What am I doing? Add a subtype. Voodoo doll. Add tag. Yeah. I definitely learn by doing as well. I understand. Any tutorials I watched were how to make X game tutorials, and then I just started adding other things onto it. And I just started tinkering until I made stuff, and here we are. Doing here we are things, right? Now I'm just like, I'm gonna make this new system because it's so cool. Do I know how to make that system? No. But that never stops me. That's just quitter talk. Well, this thing is ancient. I handed down through many generations of ancient. Alright, so we're gonna want this, and I guess I'm gonna use the same is aggro technology. They pretty much, actually this has it. They all have the is aggro tech. Take these, drop them on here. Collapse nodes. Voodoo doll. Giraffe. Probably. I mean, I would hope that the 2 iterations of Unreal Engine would improve the thing enough, you know, that it was a little bit better, right? I mean, hopefully. Imagine if it didn't. Weird. What would we even do with our times if that was the case? I'm gonna copy paste a bunch of crap out of these other ones here because there's like no reason not to do that. Most of it's gonna be like this part right here, and I'm just gonna change some numbers because they all work under the is aggro, and they have 2 different behaviors for is aggro or not, which I could technically check for is aggro there, but I'd have to add the thing. Yeah. There's definitely got to be a way to reduce the number of times I have to iterate this code. Almost all of them get aggro after about 2,000 anyway. Alright, so jump forwards, move random. Sure. Get the output thingy. Just enlarge this. Gonna be working with it for a second, I might as well get it to where it needs to be, right? So this one here, we're gonna grab this other thing out of here real fast. I've already made a bunch of this stuff, so I'm just, you know, iterating things over and over. Oh yeah. I control Shift S all the time, which is the save thingy. I just automatically do it. It does it really fast though, so you might not notice things appear saying that I'm doing it, but this has an autosave. I always disable it, but you know, I'm also a terrible person, so it's fine. Forwards. And this one is just move random. I just need a command to tell the NPC to do, or the enemy to do. And then it has all the code for what it needs to do on it, so I don't have to do anything else extra. Actually, I need the rest of this too. Looks like it didn't copy everything. Whatever. I can look at the thing and figure out the names and stuff pretty easy. Gameplay tag, aggro. Oh yeah, well the problem with autosave is actually that it saves a whole bunch of files somewhere else and it just starts bloating your hard drive, and then you gotta go hunt it down at some point when you find you've got like 300 gigs of autosave files because it doesn't autosave over itself. It's so dumb, so I just disable it because it's just useless in its current iteration. But you know, whatever works for me, right? Just have a whole bunch of extra hard drives. Who doesn't? I do have 3. Though, one of them is actually pretty small. Like 256, the others are like a terabyte ones. Recently I had to buy a new one that was slower because the other one burnt out. Apparently Samsung ones are not so great. I was unimpressed. Launching spin attack and then just spin attack, sure. I'll just call it launch attack and attack. I don't need anything extra for that. Oh, oops, I don't want it there. Down here. This is the one I'm using. The other one was just to remind myself what is and isn't there. Yeah, I have 3 SSDs. Actually, no, I have 2 SSDs and then an NVMe drive. I almost got another NVMe drive, but then I had to basically take everything out just to get at the NVMe ports, and I didn't want to do that. The last time a drive burned out. They're pretty fast though. Pretty good. Good indeed. That's all that there, and then for this, I don't want to copy this just because I'm being lazy. This particular thing here just needs this now, and I need to disable character behaviors. Just delete it, I don't care anymore. And this is where the code needs to go. This will do. Now forwards. I don't think these things even walk. Oh, they have a move random. Fair enough. But I'm not on top of anything. I have to edit these to have the new stuff too. Oh, an extra key in there. Nice. Thanks for following, Zagiza. And, you know, have fun doing things like that. I'll be around pretty much every night. Like, I stream 5 nights a week for like, usually like 8 hours a night or more doing this stuff. So if you get bored, have some coding issues or something, just want to have a happy buddy to do whatever work with. Nope. King of being fat. What does WSG mean? People abbreviate so many things. Oh my god. And act needs to go in here. I have so many questions. What's the other one here? So let's double check here because I cannot remember for the life of me. What the other one was. And perform new action. You gave out, you burned out for. Yeah, I can see that. I spend a disgusting amount of time on this, and I would 100% understand why anybody would give up doing it. Unless you just absolutely love it. Because it's like the least profitable thing you could do with your time. Like, if you ain't in it for the love of the game, there's like way better ways to make money that are significantly easier than this. Yes. Yes, indeed. But some of us, we have a mental illness or something because we think, we gotta do this, it's too much fun, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I forgot the branch on this. Ugh. Wait, maybe I can remember. Oh, I'm gonna remember this time. You hold B, and then yeah, I remember this time. Oh my god. Be excited. I'm excited. I never remember this stuff. Can't perform no action? Yep. Yes, sir. We go back if Arc 2 ever happens? That's fair. I mean, you know, if the game did well, I could see it happening. I don't know what the game did well. I don't know. I don't keep very good track of anything ever because I have no free time. But if I ever did have free time. Did it? Oh, now you have to go back. Shouldn't have said anything. Pretty much wrecked. Just saying. I guess I want to do this here, even though I didn't really want to do that there, but I guess I'm doing it this way just because I'm being lazy. Not ideal. But I'm going to hurry to do the rest of this, and I don't really care if this particular code is incredibly optimal in how I've written it. Fine. I just want to deactivate right here. I have the best pasta imaginable. I mean, that's basically like Arc 2, right? They do all the same things, but now it runs at like 20 FPS less because it's in UE5. I know I'm using UE5 and making fun of it. It's kind of funny, but listen. Am I wrong? I mean, really? Am I? I hate that it says then one. It doesn't need to say then one. Yeah, I'm OCD about some things. Honestly, I just like to have things all be very similar, so it just keeps a certain standard so I can remember everything later. I mean, 2 years is barely any time in the world of, you know, games, right? They promised it 2 years ago. It'll probably take like 3-4 years to make, I imagine. Seems like a lot of games take about like that. Alright, we're gonna party. Party, party, party. See if they work, or if I forgot something. I might have forgot something. They seem like they're having fun. This is probably horrific against them. Maybe not. Oh no, this thing doesn't like has such a huge exploding radius that it's actually very good. It's so random. I can't decide how to. I'm out to balance it at some point, but. Hitting the last one's gonna be kind of hard though. Ow. Thanks for the follow, whoever followed. I'll say your name in a second. I'm gonna throw dice nearby my feet, and I'm gonna stand by them. That'll show you. Dodge these. Haha, suckers. Spoils. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I don't know why I'm collecting them. It's just something to collect. That was with a bunch of windows open too, so the FPS got way better on that. Thanks for following, trucks. How's it going? Hey, mister. I'm doing pretty good. I got the Puppet Master event to work, and now it's well, a Puppet Master actor to work, and now I'm adding everyone to the Puppet Master. So soon one event will control everyone. Unfortunately, I have to redo everyone's AI, but I made the AI better, so it no longer stops its own events all the time. Yeah. These have all their own little grids too, so I'm just putting all the behavior trees in here. Most of the behavior for the little enemies is not that complicated, you know? Eventually this will have all the AI stuff on it for everybody. Maybe not the bosses. We'll see. I'll have to change the bosses around a bit to make them work with this new system. Or I devise a better way to do things, but I'm getting there. Getting there. It's happening. But I still got to add like quite a few more enemies to this thing. And then from that point on, well, we'll see how it goes. Huh. Well, it sounds like R2 should be out relatively soon at that point. Apparently it was already pushed back to 2024, which means it should already be out, right? Am I missing something? I got this one, that's the Blue Assassin. I haven't done Drummer yet. All those are on there. That's the Puck Master. I'm just kind of doing things in a certain order to remind myself to do them. Drummer. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know anything about Ark. This is beyond my knowledge. Okay, I hate this. I just like to say that I hate everything that I see here in front of me. You may continue doing whatever you're doing. Thanks, I hate it. Yep, still hate it. Get in your graph. Who optimizes games? That's weird. We don't need no stinking optimization. As a UE5 dev, I scoff at the word optimization. Who does that? Freaking weird. Yeah, why do that? You just release the next game, right? Spend a few $100 million on a game that nobody wanted, failed to optimize it, and then just release the next one. Make like 40, 50 million back on it. Best business strategy ever. Ten out of 10. Who wouldn't want to do such a strat? I guess it's already factored in here, so let's dump this here and go ram this into here. I no longer need to reset events, so get rid of that crap. Just kind of fusing everything stuff together so I don't have to do it all this way. Let's see, this goes here. 2000 is kind of the universal aggro radius. Sure, I could optimize this code a bit more, but actually I could use macros on this because everything, all the AI is on one thing. Finally a use for macros. Hell yeah, we getting kinky in this doll factory. Hell yeah. Or I guess this toy store. Could go factory, could go towards, you know, things are made here, it's fine. I'm gonna change out all the names anyway, so it doesn't matter. All these things here, actually I should just do that now. Get this thing because I'm too lazy to ever type anything when I can just copy paste everything. Move random. Jump random, you don't see that one very often. Jump random. Oops, wrong one. What do this do? They're probably gonna have less varying speeds, but I always thought it's kind of pointless anyway. Jeez, mister, you're scaring away all the time conversation. Damn. It's got to be friendlier like that. Give them free money. Everyone will talk to you then, right? When in doubt, pay them. You can pay people to be your friend. It's the secret of my world. I remember once I had to explain to a businessman that You know, like with this kid who was like the most annoying kid in the history of the world, right? That kid came from like the richest family, so every time he would show every week, he would have, he was like 9 or something. He'd have $100 to $500 in his pocket that he would just blow on whatever. He had no friends at all because he was really a miserable jerk. Very spoiled, but the guy's like, I just can't deal with him. I'm like, man, just think of all the money he's put in your hands. He's your best friend. Who cares? He could be so annoying. But you know, when someone's like laying Benjamins in my hands, I don't hear any of the stupid anymore. I'm hearing the Benjamins. A Pumba, I don't know what a Pumba is, but sounds like, you know, complicated. One does not question the Pumba. I guess you could. Are these different speeds? Wait. Yeah, this is... Wait, we're doing the drummer, right? Why does it need different speeds? Am I just making things more complicated for no reason? I kind of feel like I am. Oh, okay. I know I've seen The Lion King a long time ago. I did not watch it more than once, I'll give you that. I could have, but in hindsight, I did not. I hear they made a live-action sequel. I don't know, Critical Drinker made fun of it. That's all I know. I was never going to watch it. I was like, well, it was. I don't even like that. Pumba. What is Pumba? Oh, I see. That is a Pumba. Alright, also that's a Pumba. Huh. Now we know what a Pumba is. I'm, I guess, a better person for it. Maybe. I don't know if that's a true statement I made, but it's a statement I made. That's close enough, right? Is the one known as Pumba. This looks so much more complicated than it needs to be. This has two things that don't even connect in, they just sit there. Why? I guess if I wanted to just wait. Well, at that point, I'd rather have a wait command. Right? Rather than just having a nothing. Why are there two separate ones that say left? One of these should have said right a long time ago. I'm glad I'm going back through and double checking all this crap, right? Because I never would have done it before. And now I'm seeing that a lot of it was stupid. These things needed a better AI anyway. They suck. Like, they're not that interesting at all. It's called Flee from the Darkness. They died. Doesn't sound very good, but fair enough. I feel like the more complicated these movement thingies are, the lamer they are in actual testing. Like, they're not fun. Because most of the time they just don't pressure you anymore because they're so busy just joking around instead of doing something useful. I almost don't want these to jump. The downside of jumping is then they can jump off of ledges and everything. And it means I can't place them very many places, right? Like, they're stuck where they're at. But it's not very fun. The upside is they move really quick when you do that. But oh, actually, this should have been attacks. That's what was there. Instead of weight, it should have been attack. That's what it was. 100%, because the attack would never have moved over. Alright, it's called chicken strikes. I was going to call it attack. This way I won't have to rewrite the thing. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... Well, this jumping backwards is usually pretty good. But again, if they jump... Of course, this is jumping random. If they jump, I can't put them places. But if they don't jump, I can put them on top of things and in weird locations and make them more interesting. They have projectiles. Do they need to jump? They made almost every enemy have a jump, and the problem really came down to I can't put them anywhere, so it's like, okay, cool. You did a great job there, buddy. But did you really? Did you really? And YouTube's popping off lately. Damn. I'm looking at it. So excited. I'm gonna put a little thing at the bottom saying sub to me on YouTube so this way I can get the monetization. Maybe at some point I'll do that. Probably. Maybe. Alright. Do I disable jumping? Do I just make them a unit that moves around? Because then I can get rid of this extra crap here. There's no need to roll random against these things if they're just going to move around. They don't gain much by jumping, I don't think. I think I want to eliminate jumping, but then at that point it'd be like, maybe like move forwards or something. Then get within range, and I just do this and I get rid of this. Otherwise, they just move randomly, and I just eliminate jumping entirely, and then I can place them on top of all the different places. So the trek up to the temperance is more interesting than them just sitting around. I can also just increase their move speed too, which I probably should make everyone faster. Honestly, this is basically the same thing but with jumps. So if that's the case, I just literally use this. Like, I don't even need this other thing. Let them attack more often. This other thing is stupid. You don't need to jump. Because the cannons are more fun than these, and the cannons literally just sit. They sit there. They don't do anything. So it's like, huh. If the thing that doesn't move is more interesting than the thing that does, clearly I've done it wrong. I should probably rethink my entire strategy for that. I don't want to copy the exact ones because the move numbers can be different. I don't even... I'll actually move to target doesn't have to go the full distance. It could just be move to target. The forwards doesn't always work that great, right? Let's move to target. Most of the enemies are basically stupid, and they literally just are unique based on their attack and nothing else. But I mean, they're just one-trick ponies. That's what they're supposed to be. That's a Metroidvania. This is You're not having a duel to the death with some random enemy. You're gonna just probably squish it on the way to your next thing. You have way cooler stuff than it. On average, enemies aren't supposed to be much of a threat by themselves. You might reduce the strength of healing, but the problem is the curse thingy lets you heal pretty easily. Be a lot of balancing in this game. I kind of intend most of the challenge to be the bosses themselves, and then just exploring the world. Yeah, just move to target, move random, move away from target. Move left, move right? Sure. Doesn't someone already have exactly that? Yeah. Let's just copy the one that already exists, right? I don't gotta rewrite everything. Isn't that kind of the point? In fact, that's going to be the one I copy from now on. Then the Bitey, because the Bitey has a bunch of extras that also involve jumping, and it needs to jump because it has a weird, you know, like leaping bite attack, but most of this other stuff does not need to jump. I want to limit the amount of things that jump in the future. No, this should have a new name. And its name should actually just be Reset Can Act. I'm more likely to remember that. I keep forgetting the other one. Yeah, no, it's just Reset Can Act. It's just... I just not remembering the other. Okay. So the problem for realsies is while normals are pointing outwards, depending on the rotation, I know it will block one side or the other. Okay. All right. It always is. There's always a secret checkbox. That's where Epic delights in making checkboxes for everything. And to be fair, I'm glad the solution's usually a checkbox. If you want to get technical, that actually kind of is cool, because it means I don't have to program anything extra. It's just like that one. These both say left, that's right. Ah yes, double-sided geometry. You can actually see both sides of the mesh. Very handy. Very handy indeed. I think this is all the stuff, right? Left, right, I took out all the jumps because they were terrible. Seems good to me. Yeah, let's not delete the attack in the process. That would make my life hard for no reason. I'd be opening up a previous version of the game to double check there. Come on, Poppet! Hey, I'm in extra time in there. Oh, I gotta disconnect the behavior thingies. I should go through and actually delete all these behavior thingies. I don't even know why I still have them. I let them on the other ones, but there's no need to have them. We're not going back, probably. If we are going back, well, I'll probably just load a previous version of the game, question all my life choices, and move on, right? Is that not what we do here? Question life choices? Okay, well, I don't need this crap. I should clean up the mess. Instead of just leaving every places there. The unfound ones. I mean, I guess I could remember the cleanup. Whatever. I'll adjust that number later as I balance things. We do not need this thing anymore. Man, Puppet. Apparently deleting that unlocked the music. Not to walk into orientation for 7 damn day? I wouldn't either. I've been down and point from because some walls would block, others no. Oh yeah, because you're not some of them would have double sided mesh and some wouldn't, yeah. Waking not in bed when I have to get in 3.5 hours to get to work. You know, I've been there. I slept 6.5 hours after like a near 12-hour stream yesterday. I got up and met someone at work and I was like, ugh. Bad life decisions. I make many. It is my job. Making the bad life decisions. Made all this better. I don't even need it anymore. Take your own death, pretty much, huh? Push it to prank, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. All that life insurance I collected, that was a prank too. I slept, no. No, I did not. I got home and it was 8:40. I started streaming late because I wanted to eat some food before I started streaming. I had to rush all the groceries in too because I bought groceries while I was out. So that's like 6.5 hours. That's pretty good. I have a giant pile of carded sleeves sitting on my desk because I was putting together orders for magic cards and I, well, did not finish. I got a lot of them, but the guy's like, I want to meet, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, fine. That's not too bad, yeah. I didn't make a shortcut for the Discord thingy so it appears. I mean, I have an invite at the top, or at least I thought I put the invite at the top. Did I not? Did I not sticky it today? Guess not. Huh. Yeah. I stickied it on the YouTube. Is it? Okay. Oh, I didn't notice the bot thingy. Ban that loser. I mean, it could not be there for all I know. I just pin it there every single time because I figure I'll slowly but surely get us more people to talk to. Right? And if I get like, you know, even one person to stream, that's already great. I mean, I'd like more, but eh. Guess I want to clean the code off the other ones, right? Did I even do that? No. There's an attack graph there, so I don't want to be careful not to delete that, but this weird movement experiment thingy is awful. It keeps all those, sure. Well, welcome to the Discord then. For some reason I already thought you remembered it. Yes, yes. Soon they will all join the Discord. That's the hope. Then I'll always have people to chat with about completely inane weird things at 3 in the morning. Which is probably the best reason to stream in my mind. Oh. Well, you were still running character behaviors. Well, 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 stop that. Means I have to test it again. As long as they work, that's all I care about. Did you not work? Oh. I mean, it should just be attacked. These things don't move. Hey, Bard. Hey, David. How's it going? Okay, so they're far right now. Perfect. Jeez, mystery. You know, nobody wants to chat. The second people show up to chat, now you're off to leave? Damn. Imagine thinking sleep was more important than talking to random people in Twitch chat. Some people. You got your priorities straight here. What's next? Going outside? That's weird. Who goes outside? I don't go outside. I have goblin tunnels. We use those to sneak underground so you're never really outside. Okay, currently I'm sleeping Unreal Engine Guts again. That's always fun. How am I? I mean, anytime I'm messing with Unreal Engine, glorious. Like, I'm always glorious. Even when things aren't going my way, still glorious. That's fun. Few things I'd rather be doing. Oh, she's cute. Nothing. Nothing at all. I think I removed the extra code from a bunch of them. Yeah, whatever. I need to test the drummers out now. Hey, good night, mister. Good luck with the outside world. It's scary out there. I don't recommend it, but if you have to go out there, watch yourself. I hear grass is dangerous. People who touch it never come back. Clearly it eats them. The only thing that makes sense. Just went on there? I don't know, but I don't like it. You can do it, computer. I believe in you. I think it just was being weird. Forward, minions. There must be more of you. Oh, he just wants to do things. Yep, everything's getting added to the Puppet Master. That's what I'm hearing. Bladed grass is scary. I mean, it says blades on it. Blades are dangerous, so clearly grass is horrifying because look at how many blades it has. Somebody went with an OP build, jeez. Obviously, the FPS is going to be terrible with stuff open and everything, but I guess I can close the other windows and increase the FPS a little bit for funsies. Look at all of them. This would be like the worst ability ever against them, probably. Yeah, 'cause they'll run away from it. And Poppet's faster than them, so. Oh, well, thanks for the lurk. For dropping by. I'll be here later if you get bored. Yes. Always later. I mean, I never even had like 40 enemies in a room like that. It was struggling with like, I don't know, 10. So like, I think it's much better. I could load up the other version of it, I guess, and put 40 of them down. Like, just literally the other copy. Of course, I'd have to close this engine to do it, because if I didn't, then it'd be two engines on top of each other. I guess I could run both like that. It'd be kind of weird. But it'd be a thing. Eventually, the dice are OP against these things. Dice seem to just be OP, honestly. They're probably too OP. Oh man, we're going evil here. It's actually hard to clean these up because they all run away. That one got back up. What a cheater. Oh, they know they're supposed to play dead? Jeez, I thought that was... They don't know the rules of the game. I mean, with all those enemies out there, we're still getting over 20 FPS, which is a lot, because I'm not going to have 40 enemies attack you, probably. It might also make the enemies a lot stronger, too. But I gotta keep in mind that I have, like, everything unlocked, and some of the abilities are designed to be a lot more OP than others. By virtue of, they're just random abilities, and I didn't really think about how powerful they'd be when I was making them. I'll probably have to have some kind of upgrade system so that the other ones can be relevant later on. These are hard to clean up because they just run away. They're also not very threatening. Like, they almost never hit. The cannons are significantly more threatening than these. At least they work. I'm not worried about making them perfect at the moment. That's not that relevant. I can just make them do more damage if I want to. I'm not even concerned about balance until I think the game is a lot more complete. So I could make it a lot more, I could make that first half an hour, or hour and a half actually really complete. Now that I have the place where you get temperance, that's I think I have all the tarot cards figured out for the start. It does feel like I had them out a little fast, but at the same time, because of the room setup and how big some of them are, it's gotta give it something. I kind of feel like I should give out some sort of reward inside of the toy maze too, like some sort of like power up or something, like or a key to one of the power up thingies. I gotta stop closing everything every time I want to test, but the FPS gains about 10 plus when you close all the extra crap on the side. Makes a huge difference. Oh yeah, these are heavy. Even the content browser is heavy. Oh, that break's running. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Right, I'll be right back. Miss anything? Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm not even doing these ones yet. Once I get the I pretty much only have like 4 or 5 more things left to do, and the bosses are going to be ridiculously hard. Because I'm going to have to restructure the whole thing since I've changed the stuff on the VPN PC, which was the stuff they were using. So, doesn't help. Ah, foot massager. Such a great purchase. You just stream, use your foot massager, or stream. Every streamer should have them. Alright, so at some point I'm probably going to convert this into a graph itself. Get enemy targets its own thing too. All that works, though I'm going to probably adjust this a bit later on, but now I can just adjust it. Well, I could have adjusted all on the VPN PC as well. Anyway, the next one I need to work on is... I guess Mega Buddies and the Annie Bells have to be done too. The Annie Bells have to be done to Patrick, though. They're not doing Buddies are done, drummers are done. I guess the mini Mega Buddy and the Patricias and everything will be a good way to test things out. Voodoo Doll's already done. Voodoo Assassin and Voodoo Cultist should be easy. And I'll just do this next one here because the mini Mega Buddies shows up in that room. So if I'm doing testing to show people things, I want this to work. Now here's something I didn't think about. If something has a special, will it matter? I could just write this into this separate thing here, and then if that's the case, it would change the action. I'd probably have to do it that way. Because my current system is not really designed to do that. To check for a special that's basically built up over time. I probably should include something like that. I almost need a struct really, but the problem with structs is they're every time you ever change anything, you have to sit there and go to each and every one of them and refresh them. Otherwise, when you go to package your game, it'll error. It's really weird. I don't use them very often. I use just them for saves because the save is so ridiculous it needs it, but every time I make any change to it, I gotta go and refresh every single one of them. It won't even say there's an error. It doesn't matter. When you go to package it, you will have to do this. No, you cannot use refresh all nodes. That does not work. And as a result, I am terrified to use too many of them because then every time I go to package it, if there's any changes, I'm going to go through and find every single one. And you can use a find all thing to go through it. It's just really tedious the more you use, so kind of lame. Yeah, so the shark mode thingy is the thing there, and then character doesn't even use half this crap anymore. A lot of these are like defunct. Like you just start to see how little is being used of them. And it's just weird. Like I didn't really... And I keep improving my as I go, but some of these just don't make a lot of sense to me yet. So I figured I have a very good way to do a lot of combat yet. Like the behavior patterns I come up with aren't always the best. Trying to find a kit or something to make it 3P arena games. I guess a shooter kit with cooldowns. How do you find your blueprints? Do they speed up development? Oh, what's going on, Aquaman Master? Blueprints are insanely fast and like they basically leave C++ in the dust. Just for pure, you know, get it done. It's not even close. You can just make things so fast. Typing out code takes a long time. I used to be a JavaScript dev, so you know, I know what it's like to type out code, and yeah, people really underestimate how long it takes. Also, syntax errors. Nice. I mostly got into JavaScript for RPG Maker, so I'm not even a cool JavaScript dev. I'm a loser. Because I was using it for RPG Maker of all things. I wrote a whole bunch of plugins for it, including ones that are used by... Well, one of the ones is written by, like, used by most of the community for their lighting, but... Right, because it's free. So... It's not like I used it for good, but I did use it for a lot of people. But I was using JavaScript the wrong way for game development. It's very bad for game development. It's not very good. You're very limited in resources when you use that particular language. Yes. Yes, you are. Oh, nice. And the RPG Maker person, huh? Yeah, the game's like 99% story. Like, honestly, I think what does the best in there are probably hentai games, if you want to get technical. Where you don't have to have a very good story. All the devs I know that have made real money off it did it that way. You can also do well on phones, because people are willing to accept a lot of weird games like that on phones, like lower quality. It just takes a long time to accomplish what could be done in other engines much faster, which is why I don't really recommend it for anybody. But there's a Humble Bundle right now where you can get their Unity version for like $10. They actually had some contest recently where they're like, it's a game jam over a month, and I think it's halfway through, and first prize is $1,000, and so is second prize. Well, I probably could have won it. I really don't want to touch that engine ever again. I made that engine do things that it was never intended to do. Glorious. In that, why would anyone do that sort of way? Actually, I'm just gonna put all these into the node here. This is for the mini megabyte. Actually, let's see. I still have people in my Discord who use the engine. And there's probably like 50 plus streams of me using the engine to build things on my on YouTube. Same name. Just in case you really want to see someone do dumb things with that engine. I got you all back. I pretty much just cloned this whole portion of the code here because the aggro code is pretty much the same on all of them. What happens after this code? Does this character even care about aggro? I don't think it does. I think it just charges after you. More fun if it comes after you. I don't think it needs that. It does need this though. It's one node. The sequence. I could have just copied the sequence, but listen, I didn't do that. I'm remaking all my enemies to use a Puppet Master event that kind of runs everything as opposed to having them all individually run their AIs. So I can have considerably more enemies. Unfortunately, this enemy has a very unique setup. It probably needs to interface back what it's at, so I'll probably need like a special interface. I do. So let's get my interfaces for combat. Also special check. Special. Do I need the number for the special's currently at? Would that be handy? I mean, I guess I'll keep it, I suppose. Oh, I'm using ints, okay. So for the ints here, and timer progress, I guess. I don't know if that's going to come in handy, but it seems like something that I might want eventually if I want to dictate some sort of enemy's attack based upon where it's at in relation to its timer. So we're not doing this do one. This is actually the thinking graph for that. The Puppet Master graph has to be done differently than this. I just called it what? Special check? Sure. Special check. I want to send a message, thank you. Puppet. It just bugs me that that says then one. It doesn't need to. This character's gonna take a little longer to put in there because I just really hadn't thought about how I was gonna put characters with more complicated attack patterns into this thing's setup here. I don't need to set this here. And special check, and then I guess probably just activate special is probably the thing, because actually, no. Copy paste, because I'm lazy. So for this, we're just going to put a shark mode here. I can just have a timer that does both back and forth. Like, I don't want the timer progress for this particular, but since this is, you know, for every enemy in the game, like the AI for all of them, it makes sense that I would have that sort of a setup for the other. So let's ditch all this crap. I don't need it. It just needs to tell it needs to execute that. Well, use special just puts it in this mode here, but then if this mode is active, it changes what it does a lot. So I probably need another one there. So I could call it again and be like special active. I was having that one there. Wait. No. No. I have a better plan. It doesn't matter which one I pull this from. What am I gonna call these? Special moves. Shark mode. I could just use special. I don't even find the timer progress there because I could just do this here and not even interface it. How am I going to do this on here? So, right here he does shark mode check. This turns off shark mode too on the shark mode check there. So, I can just have a use special and then not interface it because I already get all these tags here. We'll just make an activate special. Well, special check might still be okay. Because it's just going to go to a bunch of code and then kick out if it has the special. But, Vector has tag. Wrong tag. It just has tag when you're dealing with these particular ones. And special shark mode. Well, it's definitely an exact match. I don't know why you'd ever not want it to be an exact match, but it should default to that. If it has it, then do that. If not, do this. Okay. I'm gonna grab the thing and move to target here, since this one here doesn't keep these on it anymore. Into target. I don't need this crap anymore. Are messages missed? No. Nope. Oh, it doesn't keep everything. Oh, it's just launch attack and not launch attack? Sure. Direct force, combat launch attack, combat attack. Alright. The big challenge will be setting up shark mode for this one. Oops. Everything's just connecting to output, sure. So we'll output the shark mode timer here. Not that I know if I need it for anything, but sure. And I hand out the tag right there. Well, this is actually it counting down to end it. But I can do both, right? So let's see. Wait. No. There's no need to run this code twice because either way it'll do something here if it's true. And I'm still gonna want to set it to 0, but what I'll do here is if it counts up, it'll hit that there and then it'll switch. Which one it does. So if you have this like there, then it'll turn it off, and if you don't have it, it won't. So gameplay tags. Gameplay tag, shark code. If you already have it, remove it, and if not, add it. Also, I probably want the attacking thing because of the way that this thing is set up, right? Do I? Well, this just ends it, so I have to actually enable it this way and disable it this way. I do not need to do that. All I need to do is enable it because everything else can be handled by the starting shark mode. Wait, I need to remove the tag. Actually, add a tag. So, add tag. Shark mode. Here. Oh, wait. Return node and return node. So in this case, we'll remove the tag, do not use special. And the timer is going to be 0 on this one. And this one here, we will use special and the timer will be 0. On this, we'll do this right here. And I'll just pass the timer. I don't need to use the special. No. I need to check against this either way. This time I'm gonna do it differently. Keep using the special if that's the case. I definitely did not plan when I was restructuring my AI that I would need to do this particular attack on this thing here. It's okay. I'll be able to copy paste it into the other version of this. It's more complicated later. So I figure most of tonight would be me refactoring all the stupid enemies in the game into this master. Oh, the Puppet Master event. Oh, actor. Because I mean, there's a lot of enemies and bosses, so I figured it might be a minute. Especially because I didn't know how to make this work until I messed with it. Now that I know, it's like, yeah. Yeah, and this flips it, activates use special on those, sure. I mean, technically I could just connect down to these. I have to add the tags either way, but I don't think it really... Well, this sets it to 0, which is probably... Well, this sets it to 0 either way, right? So it doesn't matter. Technically, I could just aim them out like this and do exactly the same and connect into my... Yeah, that's just gonna look messy. Whatever, I don't care. Extra nodes doesn't hurt. Okay, so there's that there. This should enable or disable it. And then on his main code here... I think I'll copy the bitey stuff because it's got like half the stuff he's already wanted anyway. So I've got rid of some of this crap in here, but that's okay. Papers anymore. I actually don't need any of this anymore. Alright, nothing else interesting in there? Yeah. Need a bunch of numbers. Thanks for the follow, CoTrain123. How's your day going? There should be like a shark mode move. I'm gonna add that to the thingy. Also misspelled that anyway. Definitely takes forever to do. I think this character actually jumps. Except for its jump attack. Does then. Do you have a jump? Move target, move left and right. I missed, I had an extra on there by accident. Thought I saw that. Sure. Very aggressive enemy. It's okay, the boss version of it's just gonna be like very similar. Might just have more health. Might actually be the big difference. More health, more damage. That's a very complicated enemy. It's kind of stupid. On average. I'm at it. Oh, that one next afterwards since they're very similar. Oops. Can I put it there? I need launch and distance there. Has identical attacks to the other one. I should just opened up. As you can see, it got a bit of a retool. Guess I didn't make many changes to this one. Not been necessary, really. Just the can act then. Oops, fallen. That should be everything I need, pretty much. Well, except for this part here where I actually had this on here. Obviously that's all necessary. Connect up the graph. Not that one. Oh wait. Just to double check, I connected it here, right? I did not. Alright, gentlemen. Time for tryouts. I close all the windows to get better FPS, but I don't care that much. Alright, obviously I click up for that, but could be considerably better FPS, but your stuff work? Use your shark mode. Well, the laugh's done too many times. You should only do it once. Actually, it might be multiple ones doing it, and that's why. They seem to stop periodically. Actually, no. Yeah, they are. Something's breaking them. Yeah, there's still something that breaks these ones for some reason. Yeah, there's something wrong with them. They mostly work, but it looks like I messed up something along the lines around their AI thingy here, which probably consists of the it's almost certainly the shark mode thingy. This breaks right there intentionally, so that's fine. This is okay here. I don't even need to do ones here anymore. Also, the stitch bitey, but I'll get rid of it anyway because I don't need it. It already no longer initiates commands, so the do once does literally nothing. If you can't act, it's not going to do anything. Sending new commands. There's got to be more efficient than everything like sending commands over and over themselves in the hopes of seeing if they can act. Now it's just one event sending commands out to everybody. And it just checks if you can act at all, and it's like, nah, okay. Technically, I could also slow the Puppet Master down a little bit too, which would also increase the overall performance of the game a bit. But also slightly nerf everything. Special check. Oh, it should be activate special. This is we're doing this one over and over, so they're not really moving. Hmm. Also, I want an additional thing on this. Wait. Why don't I do shark mode over and over? So I think what's actually supposed to happen is up here. I'm going to use this tag against this and then do this here. So I do this here. And if it has the tag, do that. So I do this here. I don't need this. If it does not have the tag, false. I'm not going to connect it after that. It's just this, so we'll just use it once. Makes more sense. Sure. And we're all sure. Move it up a little bit so it's a little less everywhere. Close enough. That might be all it takes because this here doesn't have a break anywhere in it. It always returns something. I mean, technically this would be the same thing, right? Because it's using the timer thing, so does it matter? It would technically be this. It could go the same way. Maybe slightly better logic on that one. Maybe. And you keep extra nodes if they don't do anything. Both those were activating, both these are deactivating. It's always the same timer, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it'll read 0, but that's okay. I could make a use special variable and put them that. That just seems like extra effort just to avoid some weird chords. Maybe it isn't. And then the rest of the logic here looks pretty sound, honestly. Like, I don't see anything broken. Or just that one weird thing, I'm pretty certain. I kind of want more projectile weapons. I kind of want more everything weapons, to be 100% honest. However you look at it, I just need more weapons. Those ones are staring up at nothing too.
Not finding the target, huh?
Hmm. And also beneficial to find a way to just make it so these bosses could actually work outside of these things. So this one's not even a boss. For Patrick and Vu, I might just find a way to make it work outside of the big bad puppet master thing because they're so ridiculous. But even then, they'd have to be changed up because I changed how the move and jump thingies worked. So it wouldn't work quite the way I previously had it. I have to change up Vu quite a bit. No weird combo attack thingies. Should almost have to have custom made ones at that point. Oh. Oh. Oops. There's nothing for uninterrupted for this too, so I can see where that'd be a problem. You guys had no way to reset the action, so I can see where that was breaking it. Potentially. I don't know, I think I'll have some visuals in a moment. Still broke, huh? Guess I would start checking their basic attacks, huh? Definitely one of them broke briefly. It's definitely an improvement over them all breaking like the other ones have been. I'm just seeing if they break. One of them only broke once, though. Let's run in circles forever. This one broke. Every once in a while one of them breaks, but just the one. If they get hit, they are good. It's definitely better, though every once in a while they kind of lock up. But where? That's technically the part where it could have broke. It's really going to be special attack with that. Like there's only nothing else is different. So even that should have been the same. This code is awful. Why am I using that over this? They're both a combat attack, right? It's like really old technology. See, long ago, I just added a collision to its face, and it checks all the time, but it only works if its attacking is active. It already has a collision on its face. This thing here is like damaging the player within a certain distance. What is that? Is there anything else I care about? I mean, damage is already dealt, I guess. Yeah, I don't need this. This is stupid. I mean, This is just a hopped up Uber version of the regular enemy anyway, with an extra attack thrown in. We gotta do it with a lot of them, but you know, the later versions that show up there were different colors with additional attacks, because their simple reality is like 70 different models for enemies. It's quite a few, and I don't know if I'll honestly be able to find that many, let alone make them all. The cost alone would be insane too, so it's like, how much am I really gonna be able to do? But the more the merrier, right? I guess I could put one of them out there and see if it freezes up, but it seems like this is where it would freeze. The fact that I can have like a million more enemies and get the same FPS is a lot. And this is with a bunch of windows open on the side too, so it's not like I'm getting the full FPS I should be getting. Oh, still just dreaming, huh? No. I don't want to package the game and test. Every time I try to package the game, it ends up leading to a whole lot of time and effort just to get the thing working again in the package build. Plus, a lot of it will be sitting here and waiting for probably like 30 or 40 minutes of just me doing nothing because I have to wait for it to package. Something I would do off stream, but I don't think anybody wants to watch that. I'm just saying, it takes quite a while. But there's really no gain in doing that. I already have an example of how fast it was without, and I have all these windows open, so it should be about 30 FPS. Because you gain about 10 when you close all this extra crap. So. But there's no need to close it because this enemy keeps breaking, so until this enemy stops breaking, I need to keep testing things and make certain it works. Well, the size of the game makes a big difference in how long it takes to package. And there's a lot to this game, so the farther in development I get, the longer it takes to package, obviously. So. Plus, there's also having to fix all the bugs for the package thing. It never packages right the first time. It just doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. You might think it does, but trust me, it just doesn't. It never does. But what I'm probably going to do when I have some free days will probably get it to package. And then when people show up for, you know, want to see it, I'll just run the packaged version so they can see what it's like. Sure, it'll be faster than the one with Unreal Open. It still won't be as good as it could be because I'll still be streaming, and like I say, whenever I'm streaming, there's just the overhead is just a bit more on the computer. Slows her down a bit much. Is there an attack that's currently being done here? So that way they can't finish. If she's move to target, it's pretty normal. Move left, things like that. I'm gonna move this off to the side and just double check real fast to make it quicker. against these ones here. There's a jump forwards. Oh, that's the wrong one. None of those look incorrect. Let's put one in there and see if we get the one to break. Just to see what command is actually breaking him. Has to be an issue with shark mode. I mean, it seems like the only that's really that different anymore. That's interesting. Seems to work most of the time, except for when it doesn't. Oh. I showed to think how bad it's gonna be for Patrick. Vu. Since they need to be completely redesigned for this system. Well, it can never be any of the move direction thingies. Because those are all the BP NPCs, so if it messed up on one, it would mess up on all of them. It really has to be the shark mode or these things. Nothing else makes any sense. I mean, obviously the special check for it would be... Wait a second. I forgot to disconnect this. I could be in foobarring everything. Right. Here I'm all trying to optimize my code even more and unnecessary. Music at a time. Didn't broke yet. It's probably just a little damage then that I was hoping I could force it into interrupts or whatever, so this way they might break their code intentionally in the process, but so far... None of them are broken. Didn't break that time. Seems pretty good to me. I think the Megabyte is literally just the same thingy, but it just has more health. And it counts as a boss. I'm pretty certain that's what it was, and this was just a dumbed down version of it. It gains no additional attacks. Almost certainly the case. It looks identical. It's literally just that, but I can duplicate the thingy and then just copy some stuff and then have this boss set up and ready to go. Even though, like, say, it's you fight him so early that he can't have a lot of abilities because you don't have a lot of abilities for the fight. So I don't want to be mean to the player yet. I mean, I could Dark Souls it, I suppose, but I never played Dark Souls. Even though I don't really mind games being really hard, and sometimes I do get really hard things in games intentionally. I don't know what it was, but I never was that excited by it. One of those weird things. Just never was. Now, this is taking considerably longer than I thought it would. I was thinking like 4 or 5 hours, and 7 hours into the stream. And this, I mean, to be fair, creating an entire new AI system to govern all of your enemies and then adjusting them all to that is obviously a lot of work. So honestly, this should just be in its own little graph. Oh, I don't really want that. I want this. Eventually, there's going to be so many of those things though that having it on top of this other one's just going to be kind of weird anyway. So they usually demand their own graph after a while, you know, because it turns into this kind of a mess. Especially when there's going to be like 70 of these things, it's going to be gross, but I mean, technically, I could also have a custom event that's like command Puppet down here and just run the custom event there, and then all these don't have to go directly across like that. But can I just straight up copy the macros? No. I was hoping. But I can just come here and just grab the other one from here and move it right over. It should be this. I just connect them out in there, and that's all I gotta do. figure it's fine if I just start with this base and later on I just change it if I decide I want to. But a lot of times I have little wimpy, crappy versions of the bosses that show up later as a regular enemy. They have way less health. They don't usually have a super ability or anything like that. Basically, they usually lose their third phase because their third phase is usually the ridiculous phase, and then just being little tiny versions of the bosses that do like lots of the same things. Like the bosses are pretty complicated, so it's not that bad. I dress them up all funny and everything, just cause. Snag this whole thing from this one. I already have updated versions of everything, so oh yeah, these are just atrocious. Gross. Who knew the little one was like the most advanced one? Usually that's the opposite of the case, but it wasn't this time. It's definitely the case this time. I can do with making this guy harder. Missing some stuff. Like the entire command puppet option. Kind of necessary. Just saying. Sword to the point. Yeah, they're immune to the bubble effect if they're a boss, so. Well, they can't hit him. Needs to work. They can't hit the clones correctly, though. I should make a note of that. I'm not working on that right now. I don't care about that right now, but in the future, I want to fix that. The clone AI is already, like, it's not great. There's problems with it. I already knew there was. Oh, thanks, another guy. Bugs. Enemies will attack, but not hit clones. Yeah. I was just thinking to myself how I was like kind of feeling creatively bankrupt for a bit because I just spent so much time working on building areas and everything. But you know, a whole day of doing this makes you want to do creative stuff again. Play a little secret. It's just what the doctor ordered to convince Pat rather do the other stuff. I like doing the other stuff, just sometimes the ideas just aren't flowing, you know? Happens. Why switch off to AI or who knows what else? I do need a package version of this game now. Who's even left? I should make a list of who's left so I can keep track of who I need to finish. Let's see. Where's my list of enemies here? So I can put the typing on the screen. Don't. Not looking forward to those two. And I have an idea how to set up the specials. I'll have to do multiple specials though. It's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be a lot of extra stuff there. Or maybe not. Because I can just give them a game tag to see if their certain abilities are active. Maybe. I'll have to think about it because they have multiple specials, so they get more and more complicated. I can just do multiple interfaces, I guess, but that seems not ideal. Oh, that's going to be annoying. I'll just migrate over and see what I got. I guess I'll just type them on the other thing because every time I click here, I either have to move all the stuff off there or move the typing over here. It's a pain. So both bosses, the Andy Bell needs to be done. Those ones don't even have an AI yet. Don't really do much of anything. Patricia, who should be pretty easy because she's just a mini Patrick. And then the Voodoo Cultist are the last ones that are currently being used in the game somewhere. And then we'll have the not currently used. The destroyable enemy spawner. Which doesn't really have an AI, so I don't know if that's a thing. Dollhead, but doesn't have an AI either. Light contraption. Mortar, but again, not actually an enemy yet. Voodoo Assassin. Should be all of them. There's only 5 left that are actually, you know, being used in the game, but unfortunately 2 of them are the bosses. Patricia will just be a shitty version of like Patrick. Pardon the language, but pretty much it. Just all she is just a Patrick minus the 3rd phase. That would get ridiculous. Honestly, I think Patrick's gotten tougher since then, so maybe not. Maybe she's just like a really bad version of old Patrick. I could see it. The Annie Bells can't be that hard. Then with the Voodoo Cultists. So it's just that Voodoo's gonna be awful. Just flat out awful. She had some problems anyway, so I need to rework her Diabolic Shield, which would not always work, or sometimes not always protect her. So it's probably gonna be really similar to the code I did for the other one there, except for I'm just gonna have it multiple versions of it, I guess. It should be special 1, special 2, special 3. Patrick feels like he could be made tougher anyway in general. Well, let's start with the easy one. Just get it out of the way. Problem is I can't do this anymore. because of how I've worked it with the forcing it to wait for the event and then allowing another one to go through. I mean, in theory, it'll immediately go to this, so it probably won't let it try to do another attack in there. And even if it does, it'll hit one of these things and be unable to do stuff. I guess I could just see how it pans out. These are like the little assassin version of those things. Like I copied the assassin one, not the other one. So, yeah. These enemies are just supposed to always be aggro. Because they only get summoned by voodoo. Maybe later on they could have things like that, like a non-voodoo minion version. It could be a thing. It would just be like the same character without the extra voodoo stuff. It's reasonable. Alright, let's just go ahead and get this out of the way here. Voodoo cultist. Voodoo. Patrick. And Trisha. Medium tag, status, actually it's enemy type. Patricia, so it goes under here. That's how you get the name for it. You type the whatever category you want, dot, and then do that. Or you can just, I mean, that's it. Or you can do like this and it does it for you, but I foolishly did Patricia without doing that. And Annie Bell is the last one. Well, the ones that I'm gonna for certain use right now. I definitely need to spend some days making a huge amount of enemies. A lot of times it's just coming up with weird behavior patterns for them. Yeah, restart later. If you rename one of those, it'll want you to restart for some reason. I don't know why. I should get it move around for a second or something like that. Almost 8 hours into the stream and things are starting to feel kind of like they're falling asleep on me. Too much sitting. I'll do that for a sec. I'll leave something to stare at or something rather than that code. And I'll get back to finishing the other 5 probably. Well, we'll see if I get all of them done. I suspect Rue and Patrick will take a very long amount of time. As such, they'll get done tonight. Or maybe one of them. I think the Annie Bells and the cultists will take very little time. Patricia will take no time because she's just mini Patrick, so I'll just do Patrick's thing, but just cut out the extra stuff and boom, she'll be done. But the other two... Anyway, I'll walk around a bit. I'll be right back. I'm listening. Nope. Ooh. I was doing the cultist, right? And it's still in there. That's right here. I'm just doing a sequence. I could have just typed out a sequence. I don't know why. And I usually try to grab all the extra crap, but I don't need it. Because these things don't care about aggro distance one bit. They literally will just charge you because that's what they do. They want to fight you. They're just an enemy that's, you know, a summon in that fight only. And like I said, potentially it could be an enemy later outside of the fight. Just like the Annies. But the Annies aren't really that threatening unless they do a huge amount of damage, which I probably need up their damage since they blow you to bits, so... Kind of an important thing. But they blow themselves to bits, so, you know... Echo in the background there, nice, nice. It should just be easy, just move to target. I'm just gonna copy paste a bunch of the crap off these things so I can make it easy. It says then one, that's annoying, I hate it. But does it jump forwards actually? Zemus. Never enough nodes. Man. Definitely feeling a bit tired now. Jump forwards. I got 6.5 hours. I had to go to work and everything like that. And I streamed almost 12 hours yesterday, so... As you might imagine, that was a lot. Yes. Yeah. I got 6.5. That's pretty good. Tried the stream a little late because of the fact that I got home like 20 minutes before the stream and had to unload all my groceries and then munch something. I mean, I woke up at 3 p.m. Does that count? I ended the stream though at like 9:30 a.m. though. Roughly? I don't know. Somewhere in there. Now I'm just busy restructuring the entire AI of the game. My considerably better Puppet Master event, or Puppet Master actor. But I've been at it for almost 8 hours just doing the AI stuff, and my brain's feeling more and more like mush. 10 p.m. Oh, that's normal. Like falling asleep at 10 p.m. That's like a normal time. That's like good. I mean, waking up at 3 is not good, but why in the world did this have blanks? Oh, never mind, because I copied it. And of course, when I copy it, it's going to have other things that aren't copied over. Mostly attacks. So jump attack is the one that I need there. Sure. Jump attack. Confused for a second then. Yep. Oftentimes if I stream too long, I will I'll break my sleeping schedule into 2. I'll sleep like, you know, 4 or 5 hours, and then I'll try to come home after work and sleep a little bit before streaming. Gotta build those numbers, yo. Granted, you know, Twitch was really good early on, but now lately YouTube is the one that's popping off, so. They don't really talk on it though, so it's mostly just weird amount of people just, you know, suddenly watching. Gotta get monetized on there so I can help subsidize this game. Between the two of them, who knows, maybe I'll have enough cash to make pay voice actors, which are really expensive. Like small move to target. Why would it move this tiny distance? What value is? I guess it's just moving and then attacking. Be like move attack. Yeah, let's move attack. Did you? Nice. Sounds like stuff's coming along well. Yeah. Working with people seems like it'd be kind of exciting. Not that I ever work with anybody, but if I did, I mean, who am I kidding? Every time I've ever worked with people, it's usually not very exciting, but not having to do all the work myself sounds exciting. That's true. That I can get behind. Oh, this like small move to target. Where am I doing that with this? Should be our whole behavior tree. It's not too much involved with these things. They're pretty simple little summon enemy. Not the chosen ones, to be sure. Yeah. I mean, the size of this game is quite big. And I definitely think that it might be... I mean, I've been cutting it down because it is too big, or at least it was. Now it's just big, but I mean, I'm also kind of building something of a Twitch following doing it, so it's not like it's the worst thing. That's fair. Of course, getting those several people's a real challenge. One does not quit one's day job in that regard. Yeah. Jump direction and move direction here. Longest target. Oh, with an MMO, you need about, I would say, 50 plus people. I'd be, and your MMO would be pretty small at that point. So probably more than one, yeah. I mean, it still exists, to my knowledge. I used to have an account on it, did a whole lot on it. Then I let a friend of mine use it for like I think a year or something like that. I came back and she got it banned. I don't know what she did, and I was like, got it banned? Never played the game again. And I was like, I don't care. You did me a favor, really. I was, in fact, just wasting time. I don't want that. Oops. Oh, it was years ago. It's probably been like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, somewhere in there. Wow. Probably 5 at least, honestly. Haven't touched that game in ages. It's better that way. Something like a move to target attack or a move attack, I think would be one of them. I already called it? Yeah, move attack. I don't know if that one will work, but we'll see if it does. Because of the way everything's set up. Yep. MMOs take too much time. I have better things to do. Like waste time doing game dev instead. I'm gonna have to add one more thing to this Sunday thing. I need to grab this thing here. I'm not gonna add it yet because I want to test these things first. Yeah, I played a lot of World v World. I was on I believe it was BlackRock was the server. They were like one of the top 3 World v World servers at the time. Pretty much divided my time between like, well, either just running with the horde or small ops where we get a bunch of people together and then go take out small targets or hunt down stragglers. Kind of guild in it for a while. Because my girlfriend at the time roped me into it. She's like, let's make a guild. I figured she'd be good. I was like, yeah, sure. She's like, here, you're a leader. And I was like, I want this? I'm in a guild. I think I was up to, like, because I would run all the different maps of the guild, because just helping them explore and doing things like that. I think I had something like over 20 characters by the point, because I just kept using the money to get from the auction house in order to purchase more characters, because I just would run the auctions for money. I never had to actually earn any money, because I just had all the money I ever wanted. You know what I should be doing in real life instead of this if I wanted money? Yeah, that's true. That's really true, actually, thinking about it. Yes, that's really true, indeed. This is too fun, so here I am. Here I am indeed. I think that's everything I need for them. Probably. Unless the washroom battles continue. Oh, I want a bunch of them, thank you. Come on. Oh. I want to select those ones, thank you. Alright, begun the Legion has. But that's not a Legion. That's only 20 of them. The whole point of this system was that I could have way more actors than normal. And so I can have even more legions of friendly helpers who just want to stab me. Yeah, said they're helpers. Everybody moving? Nobody's moving. Fantastic. Get it started right. Ain't no one moving there. I probably forgot something on the Puppet Master or something. Well, first off, I can delete this garbage. Ain't nobody need that. Oh yeah, I guess I should probably connect this up, yeah? Probably a good idea. I've grown to really like gameplay tags. Not having to interface around a bunch of like booleans is nice. Just one big thing you just grab and yank whatever you want out of it. As long as you take the container and for each loop the stuff into one of these switch on gameplay tags, you can actually do a switch form as well. Which pretty much means that I'm going to be putting a lot of things in there, probably everything at some point. Like if I had known this, I could have definitely done a lot of different things with the interface when I was making that. And I didn't do it. I didn't know any better. Now I do. Okay, so they work. Let's close a bunch of these thingies here and party. Maybe this will be fun against them. I don't even know. Oh, jeez. These ones are stopped. I think they're just running into each other, and that's the problem. They don't know what to do. This currently has no cost. It's actually pretty good against him. I don't know what I'm gonna balance the stability out or not. That one's running on top of the other. Just floating in the air, huh? You just cool like that? You definitely have to think things do more damage. So they did a lot of damage to me over time. Problem with these is they're supposed to be around when there's a bunch of other, like, when Vu's around and everything, so it's kind of like narrow in what it's supposed to be. Seems to work to me. Another one bites the dust. 4 to go, and 2 of them are the worst two. Ugh. Guess I could start working on Vu. Vomit. Or Patrick, one of the two. Patrick completes 2 of them. I don't have a mini version of Voodoo running around yet. She'd be in the next turn if I had her, because, you know, the mini versions only show up after you fought the big version. And they're just a crappy version of the boss. Just funny. Sometimes they make kind of terrible, not terrible, terrifying enemies because of how much they have going for them. A lot more than regular enemies have. Or as complicated everything behind them. Oh. Definitely not making it 12 hours today. But to be honest, I have a bunch of things I got to get done tomorrow anyway, so. Not that it matters, because the next day I'll just be right back to streaming again for lots of time. Game's not going to finish itself. This is going to be a nightmare. At least she only has one graph now, and then just has different abilities for each thing, which I think is just way better than the other system. This is like the final boss of the AI thing. I don't even care about these anymore. I'm not going to use additional battle phases for her. And if I do, I'll base it on this one anyway. To be honest, I like this method better for doing additional battle phases, where I just give him like a normal setup here, but then I just include a new ability added in, like a super ability or something, and just start stacking them as I go. Maybe you have one additional thing for like later bosses, but she's really early on, so clearly she doesn't need that. Right. Well, it starts with this. Gross. On the plus side, the voodoo attacks are all on the same grid. That's something. Actually, I could just have one giant can't act at the end here. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. That thing anymore. Clean this up a little bit, or at least make it so they're not like right on top of each other. I don't know if this will work. This is one of the big problems I'm going to have right here is because of these chain attacks I was setting up. I don't know if that can happen. They barely worked in the other one. They sort of worked, but they didn't work well. Often requiring it to have them put these random delays here and hope they got the job done. But a lot of times I never saw a lot of these abilities that she would supposedly have. So it's like... Hmm. Guess I just try it and I just split them up into each individual thing here. I don't need this anymore, obviously. There's a bunch of abilities I'm not even using, like other projectile thingies that she doesn't even use. Because I was considering having additional things, but then they just didn't ever pan out to needing them. You could just literally write individual things for each of these, right? Actually, I'm gonna get rid of anything that says these, but I'm gonna reset actions. But I'm also missing a bunch of things too, I think. I'll have to probably keep Vue on the side just so I can see what our things were. Yeah. Sure, that would happen. Oops, you're doing that. Range 2, range 1, range 2, just do those things like that and just separate it out like that. I don't have to even worry about having what it does or naming it specifically descriptive. It's just literally first stack like that versus not. I'll have to compare against what Vue's grid is to if I want to change anything, but I'm gonna have to probably do that anyway because I don't know if I can come up with descriptive enough names for half these things. Plus, it changes based on distance, all these things, so I could just literally change and copy these things. I just do this, and then on Vue's thing, I just go through and change them all. It's probably gonna be the best strategy. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be real confused real fast on how this works. Let me open up another one and grab it just to do it here. Or whatever. I can just type, well, that's 2000. Range 2. Like 2000 range. Two, 3.
course it does. Sorry, I haven't finished Pokemon yet. Oh wait. Fair enough. does. In shock if this works.
Ugh.
I don't know why I need 4 of her, but sure.
I don't know if I had a voodoo to her. I might not have.
Most certainly did not. Bond's broken, but well, I guess she works well. Well, the first part of her works. Not this. But that's because the voodoo pentagram thingy isn't dealt with. Well, because there's no voodoo pentagram in this room. And a lot of her stuff is based on having the pentagram, but that's the thing about the bosses, is they usually have stuff that's based on at their level, like where they're at.
So we got this working for the most part. That's cool. Now it just comes down to summon Voodoo Doll and then Diabolic Shield, which needs to work, and then all the summons have to work too. I think she seems to work far better in her current state. That's good to know. Also, the fact that I can do the same thing for Patrick and his setup will probably be pretty good too. It's mostly just needing to set up timers. What was the combat thingy here? I think I could just do a combat check for each of these. I need a status Diabolic Shield. Oops. What else we here? I think this will probably make it better. Reprogramming it this way. I take more from Voodoo's thingy and put it onto there too. Like, it can't just be this. It has to be this too. I think I'll call it about 21 minutes or something. Get to 9 hours or something. That'll be enough for today, given the how much I streamed already in the last 20. Well, I guess at this point, been 24 hours. The last 30 hours. Well, we started last night at 9 p.m. So like about 12 hours there. Or around 6 a.m. the next day. Math is failing me. Maybe 33 hours that we're talking about, and in that time I would have streamed 21 of them, which is a lot when I have other things I have to get done do in the day. So combat thingy here. I think I'm just gonna do exactly these. I wish I could copy then paste. Oh, wait, there's a paste function up here. Special check 2. Nobody has more than 3 specials, so that should be enough. For now. Maybe some of the later ones will have like way more specials, but just being able to have different code on each one for them should be more than acceptable. I should have to have all this here on inputs here. I need to go grab basically a switch on battle phase thingy here, and this will be like battle phase 1, so I just grab this whole thing here. And that reset timer means anything. That is infograph. And already all figured out. It is incorrect. She has to pick a battle phase. Did not think about a lot of this when I was gonna put it in here, so we're gonna be adding things in. We'll need the same thing for Patrick, so. That'll be like a special check. Message. And then it'll just some kind of use special, and then of this I don't 100%. Actually, I can just use the special in here because it doesn't matter. And then special check. Special check 1. Maybe something like that. I can't set the battle phase like this, so I have to get the information. Hmm.
I need one for battle phase or some way to get the information. Poppet info could. That just gives the target info. No. Boss info, boss name, boss health, max health. Does this phase need to exist? I don't think so. It doesn't do anything. I don't see why it needs to exist. It doesn't do anything I care about. The batteries are going low on my thingy here. Second, I will swap. Ooh. I think I just delete this. I don't need it. I don't care. And then I guess boss health would give me the information I needed. Wait. If there's only going to be a handful of battle phases, I could just put them in the gameplay tags again and then just swap them. I still want the boss's health though to divide it because that's how I switch the battle phases, so. Why is that so loud in my ears? Sheesh. Guess these ones are louder than the other ones. Earbuds, like they must be the newer ones. Can't remember which was which because they look pretty much identical. So I can get the boss's health and then calculate it on this, which is probably fine. But if I'm getting the boss's health and calculate, I can also calculate it on the boss. She has information that she needs to run that's unique to her. She needs a bunch of extra information. I mean, I could just get her battle phase and have it sent back. I mean, it's probably the right thing to do, because otherwise we just check against the battle phase for that on there and switch on battle phase, find all the ones and do that. Or I can just have an interface that gets like one stupid number for the boss information. I gained the battle phase is easiest. I'm trying to think of like why I'd want to use gameplay tags, but I think the gameplay tags would be a lot more effort to set up and probably be a lot less efficient than just one interface going back and forth. I don't really want to calculate the rest of this crap on there. Okay. Looks like battle information. I guess we'll just add things onto this as I go, I suppose. Did I make this a float for some reason? No? Okay. Boss health. Boss max health. I don't know how useful those will be, but there might be something like I might change some numbers on her. In time, the Puppet Master will get more and more complicated as I go, but do this. I current puppet for these ones too. That's a good start. Now I just need these to have all the stuff I need in them, like Diabolic Shield and stuff. And then I should be golden. So far, less of a problem than I was expecting. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these yet, but I could impose an additional delay on these things too, depending upon how strong I want them to be. We'll see. You can see that enemy AI is just insane, the amount of effort that goes into it. Make cool fights and things. I'm glad most of my enemies are, you know, basically functionally retarded. Because they're like, you know, Metroidvania enemies. They're not dueling you. They're not super cool. They're mostly just there as speed bumps. Give you something to do on the way to traveling around. Alright, well, I need to look at Voodoo's thingy here, because special check 1 will be pretty much what dictates if she can do things. So summon Voodoo Doll will be the thing. Honestly, I could just run this code through here and then it just runs that and returns it and I don't care. Right? Is that what I'm seeing? I think that's what I'm seeing. It's not counting on here, it's just counting on Vu. And unlike with the shark mode that has to change things on there, I don't care about any information there. Vu can just do it. That'd be all I need. Let's test and see if she summons it. Alright, Puppet Master. Just to check, let's see, have voodoo tag, right? Where you at? Here. Let me grab the battle phase thing, because I think I want something here. Battle phase 0 just sets it to battle phase 1. Actually, on Vu I can just set her to battle phase 1, right? Set the battlefield in Vu's default one. Nope. I don't care about those errors. Thank you though. I'm setting it to 0. I think what's setting it to 0 is I didn't put it on Vu, so she doesn't even input the information yet. Yeah. I think we can agree that they summon them. Well, I didn't expect her to be tougher. But I guess to be fair, she no longer has anywhere near the delay that she normally would, so I'll have to go back through and add those as well. But so far, that was considerably easier to do than I thought it would be. Makes me want to add the other one now because it was considerably easier to do than I thought it would be. I'm like, oh, is it gonna work that easy? Oh. Maybe I just run the diabolic shield check on there and don't care. I can see that. He just runs that. I mean, technically I could have just had it run directly through there without the interface thingy. That's true. Because it's just running everything there. So as long as it's a function, whatever. Actually, no, this is what I wanted. I think for this to work, she has to have the other thing. So I'll go back over to her room and test that instead. I still have to spawn everything in. Fair enough. Well, she summoned her helpers. She just didn't do her shield. But I got surprisingly close without that much effort. I'll work on it tomorrow. I don't want to go through and try to solve this problem right now. I'll find someone to raid. Before I do, I'll say goodbye to YouTube. It's not like I can continue to raid somewhere on Twitch. That doesn't work like that. But I'll be back tomorrow. About 9 hours before now. Actually, a little over 9 hours before now. Finishing up this and then... That's a good question we're doing after that. Maybe I'll make some more enemies. I don't even know. Might design an area or two. Honestly, I need to go through and finish up some more of these areas, make them a little more interesting in general. I suspect I'll be balancing this combat because Wu's so powerful now due to the low weight that I need to include some weight systems. So I'll be tweaking that a bunch, I'm sure, before we even talk about the others. I'm sure the first half of that, and then I'm sure I'll be completely sick about, you know, doing AI and all. Probably work on the areas. Anyway, catch you later, YouTube people. And then